Man, so excited. The Klingspor's Woodworking Shop 22nd annual Woodworking Extravaganza is going on today. Well, I've
Tell
been
me all
waiting on
about
this
it.
show for 2 years. I think I'm just going to have to walk through and kind of see what's going on. Right outside here, they got these cool posters kind of letting you know some things. Man, I wish I could get in on that tour. I think I'm busy during all those times, though. All right. Let's go see what's going on down here. If you didn't know, my name is Chris, and instead of being in front of the camera today, I thought I'd be behind the camera and give you a walkthrough, since this is a virtual extravaganza, of what you might see if you were at the show. So there's a few booths out front. The show opens in just, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. You got a few things out here, just kind of see some stuff going on. But we figured you'd enjoy, instead of seeing me in front of the camera, getting to see the show like you were here live. So let's take a look at some of these ships. I was going to call them boats, but they're clearly ships. Very detailed work for sure.
Yeah, so John Pask is a gentleman who builds these boats all by hand. He uses all real wood, paints the wood if it needs to be painted, but he makes it to scale. I think it's 1/18th scale. No, it's way less than that, but all of them are made after certain ships. So it's pretty amazing work. He's been doing this for, I think, 25 years, his wife said.
Very cool. So they're not letting us in yet. I'm kind of anxious to see what all's on the floor. Let's
Don't
go
you have a
down here and maybe
badge? Can't you get in early?
I could, but I'm trying to be like the customer. I want them to experience. I want to experience what they experience. I get enough of the behind the scenes stuff. So out front, they've got a really cool poster that lets you know all the different demonstrations that are going on. Some of those we might catch, some of those we might not. If you were here, you could catch whatever you wanted. Very cool. Map of events over there, and you can check that out on your own. Got that at extravaganza.com website, and Mike's got it right there. Like I did expect him to be prepared. They've got a giveaway going on over here. Enter to win $2,200. Yeah, we're glad to be back with a live show. I'm going to make people scatter like ants coming through here. Let's see what's over here at the booth. I think I'm going to get me one of those. As a customer, I'm entitled. These friendly people are in here to help you and guide you along the way, help you sign up for the different tours of the Klingspor facility, as well as give you cool bumper stickers. Oh, there's a little program flyer here, so we know kind of what's going on, some of the different sales. Now, a lot of these are show only, so yeah, take advantage of that. And if you wanted to sign up for a tour for the plant, that's where you do it. So all the stuff right up front before you even get in the door. Let's go see if we can bang on the door and get in early. Let us in. Let us in. Nope. The guard at the door is saying no. She's pointing at the door and saying, "You're not getting in." I can see it. I read lips. So let's peek in and see what we can see. All right. Got some cool stuff there. Yeah. We'll break in here in just a few minutes. But we want you to experience it. See, she's about to pull her gun on me. I got to be careful with that one. All right. So we'll just come back out here and walk around the lobby for a minute. So get a close up of that. More of the sales and stuff available. So if you didn't know, this is the 22nd annual version of the show. And yes, it started 22 years ago and has become quite a fun show to take in. It is one of the largest of its kind, definitely in North Carolina. And there's a lot going on. I've had a chance to see some of the stuff in prep, and there's a lot of different vendors here. A lot of cool demonstrators already set up showing their talents, and I think it'd be fun. So if you're in the area, you definitely want to swing by for this. I'm trying to stay out of people's way. Starting to crowd up a little bit in the lobby. So, Mike, any comments or questions along the way so far about the show?
Nothing much showing up here on the show side. But okay. Question for you. You've been doing this for how many years?
Well, I got to experience the first one back in 2001, so a little while.
And it's grown in the same facility, right? It's always been in the Hickory Metro Convention Center?
It did. It started, and we only took over, I think, part of the main hall, and we realized real quick we needed the whole hall. So they partnered with different carving clubs, and every year now they have a carving competition. If I remember correctly, the first one, they had a pumpkin carving competition, which got quite messy. So I don't think they've done that one since. But otherwise, it has grown every year. New vendors, bigger space, a lot of stuff going on. Hey, there's more doors over here. I bet we can catch some other things peeking through these doors. Yep. So this is sort of an exit here. We've got a few things going on. You might reckon that guy's out from the Winston store. We let anybody be manager. Oh, I see some Festool stuff over there. Some Rikon stuff over there. Oh, yeah. We've got people guarding the doors. Looks like some of the different clubs have their stuff going on over there. I can peek in as far as I can. Yep, you can see some scroll saw stuff. Man, if I could just get in these doors, it would all just be over with it.
Can you just try opening them?
I could, but there's a gang of people behind me expecting me to be the one to open the door and let them in. And I don't want to get knocked over. So
if you're in the Hickory area, what's really nice is that there is also a quilt show next door.
I really enjoyed Summer Comforts. I've been watching your YouTube.
Oh, well, we appreciate you watching. Appreciate you coming. We got a gentleman here from Burns High School said he brought his some of his students with him. So we love it when the classes come down and the teachers can come and bring their students, because it's not just for it's for everybody. It's for men, women, children, and there's a lot of stuff to learn. And we try to do a lot with schools and partnering with them. And so it's exciting to see that the school came down.
Yeah, we've got a lot of local North Carolina schools that come down and make a field trip out of this day for Friday because it's completely free. So why not, get the bus loaded up and bring them on down?
Yeah, and I'm not sure from a legal standpoint if I could go down that line and just acknowledge the students, but I think for security and safety purposes, I'll just stay where I'm at.
Can you acknowledge their shoes?
Possibly, but they're probably more stylish than me. But yeah, so we got, I know for a fact Burns, I've worked with them and talked with them several times about some different things. And I'm pretty excited to see that they ended up getting a bus to come all this way. And I'll kind of do a pan around, let everybody see. It's starting to get a little crowded.
Wait a minute, where's that guy going? Where's Eric going? Is he going in the...
He's going in the back door.
He's sneaking in.
We'll come down this way.
You'll see like they got a thing set up. Just go around to the right. You'll see a raffle chain.
Excuse me, ma'am. What time does the show open?
9.
9 o'clock. Do I have to wait till 9 to get in? See, these are our friendly faces that'll guide you through any question you may have before you enter the show. Let's see. Nobody's guarding the door. Mike, should we get in 2 minutes early?
Yeah, go.
All right, let's see what we can work out here. I want to make sure the coast is clear before I break through. Okay, I don't see anybody watching. Let's go. All right, so yeah, we snuck in. So we're just gonna, I think, oh, everybody else snuck in too. Aha. See, I started a trend. I just went in the side doors. Well, you know what? Let's just start down the aisle and we'll just see some of the stuff that's available. Now, this is some of the preliminary items sitting up front, just waiting to be purchased. You got anything from safety to a variety of other products, lighting, more safety. Some of the Klingspor saw blades. Now, keep in mind a lot of this pricing that you might see throughout the day is going to be show only. Some of it's too good to put online. And as you can see, that's one of the key items of the show. There's boxes of apples everywhere. So you can stop by, grab an apple, snack along the way. So there we go. First big booth we see here is the Klingspor booth. You can see the famous bargain boxes. That's a deal right there. Holy moly. That's definitely show only. If you haven't checked this out, if you're into bolt turning, this is a pretty new little system we put together. It's a quick weld system. So instead of having to use the normal pads, this has a really cool feature where it twist locks off and twist locks on. Makes it real easy to change your grits as you go along. And of course, that's a perfect companion for that. And the friendly folks of Klingspor have showed up to help guide you along and answering questions you may have about sandpaper. They've got a lot of stuff in there, a lot of different foam pads and sheets and belts and drum rolls. Drum roll, please. I guess that'd be a drum wrap with it.
Well, what's one of the things that Klingspor offers in the drum wrap series?
Klingspor offers quite a bit, actually. They've got the bulk roll, which you cut yourself. They have the pre-marked roll, which is simply it's marked on the back, and you can just cut it to fit whatever drum you have. And then they have the pre-cut rolls, or the wraps. They've got those in the most common machines, and certainly you got a certain machine, most likely they got a pre-cut wrap to fit it. And if you go with the bulk roll, they got a lot of options for materials as well. So whether you're looking at a aluminum zirconia for real tough work or metal work, aggressive, you can go that route, or the standard aluminum oxide. Either way, they got you covered. That's a deal right there on the coarse medium fine. Holy moly.
Is that a 20-pound box?
Yeah. It sure is. Pricing on the belts. That's a deal right there. Some of the specialty items, these are one of my favorite items that Klingspor makes, these sanding stars. I personally use these a lot for a lot of my contoured and 3D stuff I do off the CNC. But they've got tons of discs, both hook and loop, PSA, sticky, the big ones, the little ones. They got them all down there. These are the spindle-mounted mag mops. Those are quite handy for doing a lot of contoured moldings as well. And if you own a shop, you should have the Sandflex in your shop because, man, anything that rusts, this will clean it. This is fantastic stuff. I certainly got several sets in my shop. All right, well, that's the Klingspor booth. I think we're going to go visit the wood room over here and see what's happening over this direction. So if you're looking for different kinds of woods, whether it be for turning or carving, or just to have on the shelf as decoration like they do here, we got you covered. This is a variety of different Tupelo, which is a perfect wood for doing a kind of carving. It's a soft wood, very clean grain. Got a variety of different turning blocks over here as well. Different sizes, different species. We'll go around the back way. See if we can't catch a glimpse of some of this. Variety of different wood, hammering, in different blocks and blanks, as well as some, I don't even know what that is. I've never used that. Teaching. What is that? Never used it. Maybe I should.
Is there
Cool
somebody
looking
at the
wood.
booth you could ask?
Excuse me, sir. What could you tell me about this wood? I've never heard of it. Teaching. No, he's not real sure either. But right beside it's some Bacote, so I know what that is. I've used that quite a bit. So hey, if you're online and you see this, and you can tell me more about what that wood is, Chichen, please chime in and let me know. I've never used it. I've never carved it, turned it, but it looks like a pretty cool looking grain wood. Let's see, very dense. I imagine it's certainly not domestic to the U.S. There's sort of an end view of it. I don't know if that shows up too well. But yeah, very heavy, very dense. Tell us more about it if you know what that is. Educate us a little bit. But yeah, got a lot of different wood blanks. Some of the laminated woods, the diamond wood. Different turning stuff. If you're into pin blanks, doing a little pin turning, there's a whole lot of pin blanks through here. And a whole lot of wood that could be turned into pin blanks. Variety of different stuff. The Banksia pods, those things are really cool if you've never used or seen those. They're sort of like a pine cone, but much harder, and those little eyeballs that are in there, if you turn those, they flop out and they're like shrapnel. So if you turn it, wear protection. There's some little live edge blanks here in the basswood. If you're doing any wood burning or want to make some different products, that's those live edge pieces are nice. They even have the discs, the little cookies. And they've got some more basswood up there, different carving blanks. Oh, we're missing stuff. There's some maple, and a lot of this is waxed. If you're wondering what this is, this wood's a little green, so it's waxed to help prevent cracking and splitting. That will come right off, obviously. Helps slow down that drying time, so it helps eliminate some of the checking that occurs. Got some hickory blanks, some pear, ambrosia maple. So there's a lot of different woods here. If you're in the market for some turning blocks and carving blocks, they got you. And then they've got some pallets of a variety of different wood. These are some of the cherry blocks you might have seen us turn on the Christmas Turning Thursday. Variety of different woods here for sure. A lot of pin blanks, more of those, both wood as well as some of the acrylic materials. Stars and stripes.
Attention please, last call for the first Klingspor Abrasives tool.
All right, so that is the wood booth. Oh, we almost missed something. These are some of the new items from Planet for doing different type of turnings, different centers, both spur and live, different pin blanks, pin mandrels. So if you're not familiar, some of this Planet stuff is really good. We got turned on to them at the AAW in Chattanooga earlier this year, and we'd already had some of their products, and after seeing some of the things they had, we decided to bring more of it in. Really cool stuff. Very high quality. And again, more of the pin supplies if you're doing any kind of bottle stoppers and things like that. We've got different pin kits available. Some of the little specialty buttons. So far, we've seen quite a bit of stuff. And between the wood and the pin stuff, that's geared pretty heavy towards the turners for sure so far.
So we'll go ahead and take a look at the
And-
map. So if you look at the lower left-hand corner, this is where Chris is at, currently moving towards the Gym booth and the Erlex booth.
Yeah, we're working that way.
Yes, we are.
Let's go check out this. I'm going to stick left while I'm here. I'm going to go all the way down. We love to sponsor the schools. And this booth is set up by the Western Piedmont Community College. And they have a whole craft class that they offer. And, man, they do some really cool stuff. Let's check out some of their work in detail. So, really beautiful, sort of simple design. Solid wood. It's a beautiful piece. Got a nice little table. I love how they banded that with a little trim, a little accent. So yeah, if you're in the Catawba County area, the Western Piedmont Community College offers a really nice course in woodworking. So if you want to get into woodworking, learn a little more about it, this certainly would be a good place to do it. And yeah, as a woodworker, I wish I would have taken the time to do more of this when I got started all those years ago. Got a few of these little butcher blocks. Love that pattern. Makes me think of Hubert. And didn't show it very well, but even on this one, they've added these little finger holes to be able to grab the cutting board. A lot of thought. I love the craftsmanship on that table. Very good work. So yeah, different schools in the area help you learn the woodcraft. It looks like Jerry happens to be over here doing some turning. This is Jerry Meisner, and it looks like he's got a big chunk of wood on there. I imagine he's in the process of doing some kind of hat, if I had to guess. We won't interrupt him because he's pretty accident prone. We don't want to cause any accidents by distracting him. We will come over here and see some of his hats, though, and some of his little birdhouses. And you might remember Jerry from last year's extravaganza. He showed how he used his special pneumatic thing to create the holes drilled for those. That was quite a sight.
Which is also available on our YouTube.
Yep. And some more hiding in there. All right, well, Morris is geared up. He's going to be doing some stuff with both Cormac as well as a couple other things. So he'll be having a show full of people soon. And I wish we could check out some of those, but I don't think we're going to have time to get into that. But we may come back. So let's go back this way so we can catch the Jim sander. So this is still part of the Western Piedmont booth, I believe. What a workbench. Wow. That is cool. So we've got Erlex here. I got a series of their sprayers ready to go. So if you're in the market for a sprayer, we're going to have Erlex here as well as Fuji. He does quite a cool demonstration. He's got his little paper thing there he sprays on. And get a little hands-on, learn a little bit more about the Erlex systems. And he was on our show last year. So if you wanted to hear more about the Erlex sprayers, you can certainly go find that on our playlist from 21. And then the Jim sander. And I'll tell you what, he's got one of the coolest sanders out there right now. And I bet since if we asked him nicely, he would probably tell us a little more about it. So you can see the misconception of that thing is that it's too hard to handle. But as you can see, he's just got him. I mean, he's not white knuckling anything. He's not stressed out. I mean, he's over there relaxed, like, you know, probably listening to music if I wasn't there. But you can see that thing is very aggressive. but
It's
also
not very loud
quiet.
either. Yeah.
It's very quiet. Very quiet. And, you know, you'd expect something that big to, like, be dragging him around. But instead of dragging him around, it's just, he's guiding it along. Very simple. Look at that. Now he's just showing off one-handed. Look at that. Oh, now he's stretching back, just putting a couple of fingers on there. Oh, man, this guy, look, he's a master at his craft. But see, that's one of the misconceptions about the Gem sander is it's too big. People are afraid of it. Yeah, it's a heavy sander, but it does all the work for you. You don't have to lay on it. You don't have to struggle with it. You literally just got it where you want it. And, you know, if you were a redneck, you could probably figure out some lazy way to make it do what you want, and, like with a stick or something. But very cool product. So if you're doing a lot of slab tops or Korean or, you know, a lot of raw wood stuff, man, the Gem is the way to go. And I imagine he's got that one set up with the shroud. As you can see, that shroud helps with dust collection. It's got the dust port on the back, and then that goes off to a vac. In this case, it's a Festool dust extractor. But the main difference between the two really is that shroud. So if you're interested in a Gem and you were always wondering what the difference is that shroud and the pad that comes with it. If you get with the shroud, it does come with the firm pad, and without the shroud, you get the slightly less firm pad. This is ideal for general buffing and things like that. But if you're planning on doing sanding and buffing, get that, because as you can see, the shroud comes right off. So, definitely worth checking out if you're into doing any kind of slab work. This sander will change your life. A lot less stress, a lot easier on the back. You just let the sander do all the work for you. We're very excited to have these guys part of our show. And there's a full interview, I believe, in last year's extravaganza, where he discusses all the different intricacies of the tool, as well as how to change the pad, which we do get a lot of questions on. So I encourage you, if you're curious about it, you want to know more, certainly check that video out. And we've got it on our website. You can go check it out there and place your order today. And don't forget the sandpaper. And if you were at the show, there's plenty of little brochures here. Grab one on the way and get it done. And we may come back later to do an interview with him, just to get a little something else. As you can see, we've got a lot of our sandpaper here as well as the buff and the microfiber pad. So get your Gem if you're into sanding. You won't be disappointed. So as far as turners goes, we've got Crown Tools here. A lot of cool things going on there. They've got a variety of their different tools on display, and personnel here to help answer your questions about that high quality European steel. Sorby booth is set up as well right beside them. And what's funny is they used to be right down the road from each other in the UK. Now they've got a couple of demonstrators that are going to be here. Daryl with Dreadnought, and I don't remember the other demonstrator, but there'll be two of them here doing different demonstrations, answering questions, making a mess. You can get shavings in your hair if you want. And there's a variety of tools on display, both from Sorby as well. We've got the standard tooling, some of the carbide tooling, insert tooling. So if you're into wood turning, it's a good place to come check it out and get your questions answered. I imagine they'll be back soon.
Yep, and one of the things about Sorby is that that's one of the relationships with Klingspor Abrasives from long ago, is that all the belts for the Pro Edge are supplied by Klingspor Abrasives.
Yep. Oh, and there's the guys taking part of, they actually had one of the apples. See, that's what they're handy for. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, but if you eat 6 apples a day, well, you might be at the doctor anyway. But, and of course, there's Nova at the booth at the show. Got a variety of their drill presses, DVRs on display. Got their lathe over there. And these are experts of the tooling. So if you come and you got questions, they'll be the guys that can certainly answer those questions for you. and make sure that you got them all answered correctly. So a variety of different chucks on display. Really good pricing on the chucks at the show for sure. And then we got the Mohawk here. One of Mike's favorite products, the hard fill kit.
Yep, the hard fill kit's great for touching up any kind of accidents, whether it be hardwood floors, furniture, you name it. It's one of the easiest touch-up tools on the market.
And we had a great video of that in last year's extravaganza as well. Or it may have been the year before. But definitely go check that out in the past. We've got a full demonstration of just how that product works. And it was so simple, and he did it in one take.
And
Either
another
that or
thing,
he's really good at it.
he's really good at it. The other thing is that the putty, Mohawk makes a putty. So if you're looking for timber mate and it's hard to find right now, that Mohawk putty is a great alternative and it has a lot of the same properties. But very good alternative to timber mate if you're trying to find it.
Yeah, not quite the same color options, but certainly the colors that they do have are very good. I've personally used it myself. So Mohawks at the booth, they can come talk touch up, aerosols, whatever you got. And, you know, a lot of the products like these aerosols, Mike's done a fantastic video on a variety of the aerosols and how they're used and which one's right for what application. This could be like a video scavenger. Well, the Powermatic and Jet folks are at the show, and got a variety of their machinery out on display. Nice Jet 15-inch planer, as well as the Powermatic. And some of these may be the helical head, and that one is. I don't know if I can get up in there or not, but that does have the helical head on it. Variety of different lathes. This is their newer lathe, a little smallie. A little 2014. Well, the Powermatic, that's like a beefy little lathe. And most of us that are into the lathes are familiar with this little 1221, been out for a while. Nice solid little machine from Jet.
Ah, the 54A.
Yeah, this is the one I have in my shop. Very nice machine. I wasn't able to get the helical head on mine, but good machine nonetheless. Jet drill press, a lot of options there. 14-inch bandsaw. New Powermatic drill press. This is one with the different table options. Drum sander, belt sander, and Axiom. Axiom is now part of the JPW team, Jet Powermatic. And I've seen this in a few of our shots, demonstrations. This happens to be the AR Pro 4, the 2x2 system. And that model is available in a 2x2, a 2x3, and a 2x4, as well as in an Elite series. So cool stuff by Jet. Variety of different dust collection, Cyclone, as well as traditional. Don't see the traditional bag in here, but most of these are going to be your Cyclone style. What shop is complete without dust collection? For sure. This was the CNC demo booth. We'll be doing some demonstrations here later. Happen to have the Shark in here. I figured since Axiom's over there, we put the Shark over here, and we're going to get to these guys here in just a minute. This is something new to us. We're excited to see these at our show. So Shark CNC, definitely one of the more popular entry-level machines. Now, for the more advanced user, you've probably seen these all over social media. Yes, Phantom CNC is at the Klingspor Woodworking Shop Extravaganza. This one, they've got several models. Two of them are here. This is the 4x8 machine with the auto tool changer in the back. It's got the vacuum table. Got a lot of things going on. And you can see this thing's set up for 4-zone. You can run this and hold your parts down. No need for a fence. This is really cool. A lot of stuff going on here. Very cool machine indeed. We might be able to get some time with them here later. This happens to be the 4x4. This one has the hold down rollers to keep your parts held down while you're doing your milling. Very cool setup. Yeah, we'll definitely try to get back over here for an interview to learn more about these guys. Oh, man. They got just shirts laying here. I guess these are for us to take. Not really. I should, but I won't. But they have a variety of pamphlet materials, so you can learn more about each machine, as well as talk to Nick there. He's here to answer questions. And if you want to learn to turn, bring your kids. And they've got booths set up here so you can learn how to turn. They'll teach you, get hands-on, and you walk away with something in your hands that you made yourself on the lathe. There's a variety of wares on display here just so you can kind of see what they've done. But get that hands-on education. Learning to turn is a very stress-relieving hobby. Excuse me. Oh, somebody forgot to tie the shoestrings on that one. Moving on down the line. Got the Fuji Spray system here. These are very high quality sprayers. Anything from the semi-pro all the way up. All their units are very good. And Make a Wood Sign is here. If you've never seen any of their videos, you should go check that out. Dave Signs, Make a Wood Sign. These guys, it's been a family-run business for years. And Dave started it. Eric continued it. And now Eric's son Ryan is in the mix. And they do all of this by hand. Very high quality, very detailed. They do this stuff, and it's all by eye and by hand. We're going to get an over-the-shoulder look and see what he's looking at. We're going to make him nervous. And he's got a special base there that allows him to sort of lift one side as needed to achieve the cut that he's looking for. Artisans at work. And thankfully, he's got both hands on the router, so I don't have to worry about getting punched for interfering.
Look at that level of concentration.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, he's on par. Yeah, I can't even color inside the lines, and this guy's like routing inside. I'm going to back away a little bit in case somebody bumps my tripod and makes me bump him, and I would feel really bad about that. So I'm going to step back and get out of here. So that's Eric Roden and his son Ryan here. You want to come check them out for sure. And here we have Amana. We carry quite a bit of Amana products, and we're constantly adding to the line. We certainly have 3 new CNC sets that we've added. These are new to us. We've added them just for that. And this guy's an expert in the field, Mr. Miller. But yeah, Amana's at the show. If you got questions about bits, a lot of the CNC bits especially, come by, check it out, and see what you got. I'll tell you, if you do a lot of slab work, these two bits here, you'd be a mistake not to have them in your arsenal because they will make quick work of any flattening or surfacing, whether it's by a hand router or using a router sled, or whether it's on the CNC. You can't go wrong with either one of those. Those are beasts as far as I'm concerned. I personally have this one and use it all the time. So yeah, come check out Amana at the show for sure. And one of my favorite people, Mr. Kyle Ely with Learn Your CNC. Let's step back and get a full view of his booth there. First time at our show, live. Yeah, he was on there the last 2 years virtually. We recruited him to come down and hang out with us. So he's got a series of different joinery that he's done, all using the CNC. Very cool, different stuff. Look at that. So the CNC is not just for carving out signs. You can make very decorative and detailed joinery with it as well. And these are not glued in. They're just very snug, which is exactly how Kyle does his work. He's very accurate with what he does. He's even got some displays here. When he gets free, we're going to ask him what the heck that's all about. We'll come back when people aren't in his booth time to talk to him. But let's check this out. He's got some decorative art panels. CNC is not just for carving out your name. This has got a variety of texture to it. You can see how cool that is. That one's really cool. So even with the CNC, you can create these cool little art deco panels and really make some things that are quite unique. More joinery. And Kyle did a series here with our Apple, and he's got his Bob CNC just doing ghost file, making cuts. This is how his rotary tool works. But it starts with a blank, then with more blank, then a cylinder, then the rough turn with the Apple, finished path with the Apple, and then he cut the little tabs off, sanded them, and then painted the Apple. So here's the Apple. Don't take a bite out of that. It looks real, but it's not. Very cool work. Very cool. Maybe we can get an interview with Kyle while we're in this direction. So, Kyle, tell us about these panels you have here.
Which ones? These ones?
Yeah, tell us about these.
Okay, so these ones are just some fancy CNC joinery. As you can see, little pockets, little cutouts like this. So there's all kinds, corner joints, we got T-joints, extension joints, and then I got like miter joints over there. Right here, I did an example of every single toolpath available with Vectrix software. So these are all the 2D toolpaths. We got 2.5 dimensional toolpaths, and then we got 3-dimensional toolpaths. Up here, we have some dangers of what not to do with CNCs. So these are when you get your cut settings wrong or anything wrong there. Just some examples.
Now, we're going to do this because I know what this is.
Oh, yeah, we got some threaded toolpath there.
Yep. I'm going to open this up because I want you to see. This guy is so cool.
Wooden threads.
He did threads. I'm going to see if I can't get it on the camera. Not focusing in. There we go. Maybe. Close enough, I think. Can you see those, Mike?
Yeah, it focused in enough to where you could get an idea, but they're very thin threads.
There we go. Thank you, Kyle.
There it is.
Yeah, so you can see very detailed on the threads, and any opposing threads are down in there. And he did that all as part of his system to show the different tool paths that are available in Vector. That is fantastic, Kyle. Great job. And he's got the Amana bit laying around here somewhere that he used to create those threads.
Yeah, it's right here.
There we go. Hiding behind the boards.
Just a little point that's horizontal like that, and it just spins round and round.
Yeah, so if you've got Vectric and you saw that new threading toolpath they added back in 11, well, that's what that does. So it's not just for metal, guys. You can make your own threads in wood. Kyle's got proof in the pudding right there, or proof in the apple, one or the other. So, all right, Kyle, thank you very much, man.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate your time. We're going to be talking to Kyle later in the media booth, and we'll harass him about some of this stuff later, maybe get some more details and some tips and tricks in Vector. Can't wait. Moving on down the line, we got the saw stop guy. Don't cut your finger. I won't even cut a hot dog. I've got a variety of saws. This one's completely decked out. It's got the sliding table, the heavy-duty mobile base, the right side router table extension, as well as the small dust arm. This does have the lift as well as the dust box. Nice setup. I just got my PCS. Pretty excited about that. Still trying to get it finished up and dialed in. Man, saw stock, great line of saws, great line of tools, good quality. This is their little job site. And this is their small new compact they've got. We're going to try to catch a demo on this later this morning.
Yeah, we're going to have that about 1 o'clock today. Looks like we're having a saw stop demo.
Okay, so this afternoon. Shaper tool. Maybe you're not into the big monster CNCs like what are down there. Maybe you like the handheld. Shaper's kind of come on the scene over the last couple of years with a really good quality tool. Allows you to do a lot of the CNC type stuff and easy from your own home. Lets you program it in and you just simply route. And we did a little demo on that a while back, but I'll just show you the screen here. Everything shows up right on the screen, so you can simply, if you can color inside the lines, this is a more technological version of what they're doing down there at Maplewood Sign. But it's all digital, very cool. You can do a lot of unique things with this. Very easy to program, and there's a huge community that just continues to grow with a lot of free plans and different options available. So Shaper Tool is a very good thing if you're looking to get into some handheld CNC work. Great for floor installers or a variety of other woodworking applications. Definitely worth checking out for sure. And everybody's familiar up here with the green and gray Kool-Aid from Festool and blue. Variety of high-quality tools, always innovating, coming up with new stuff all the time. They got a few things out on display. Get your hands dirty, learn a little bit about it. Check out some of the new tools. They've got some of the domino stuff going on up here. And if you're not familiar with that, then, yeah, you need to get out more because this stuff, man, they have really come on strong with the domino. Very strong joinery. Combination between a biscuit and a dowel, but better. Variety of different things. They've got their different tenon assortments for their domino. He's decided he's going to build a wall with the show. Giant wall of Festool. Got the Rotex and some of the drills on display. Here to answer questions about any of the products, get you the right thing. And when you're done, you can always come up here to one of the registers and check out. Somebody will be happy to take your money. At least they're happy to take mine. Taunton Press has a few things on display here, a lot of books. We've been carrying Taunton Press for a lot of years. So a lot of different books, regardless of what kind of woodworking you're into, Taunton's got a book for you. So a lot of cool things, and they've even got some really interesting hardback books. So carving, turning, general woodworking, sharpening, they've got it all. And certainly if you want to learn more, I know books are old school, but sometimes those old school things, man, they just work, you know. And you can dog ear and bookmark pages. Don't tell a librarian I said you can dog ear a page. They don't like that. And GREX. You're familiar. We've been carrying GREX for a while. And they got a whole line of different nailers and air tools. Looks like he's setting something up there for his little artist brush. He's going to be doing some spraying. And their little sprayers are very detailed. And you can see there he's lightly touching up some small art piece there. Anybody can write it out on paper, but he's actually using it to complete a figurine. So if you're at the show and you want to know more about the different sprayers or nailers, GREX is here to answer your questions for sure. Very cool display. And of course, more apples. Like I said, they're everywhere. Triton is at the show. Got a few of their routers and sanders on display. Here to answer questions about those. Let's check this out. This is a very cool little sander. Not only is it a belt, but you can change that out and use just a spindle. This table drops down so you can achieve a variety of different angles. So this is a belt and a spindle sander all in one. And that oscillates so you get good longevity out of your belt or your spindle. And he's busy, so we're not going to stop in there and harass him just yet. We might bring him back by. But Rust-Oleum's here. Got a variety of different Watco and Zinsser products. Verathane. Huge fan of that. Excuse me. General Finishes is here. This guy's always busy. He's always got people stopping and asking him questions. Very knowledgeable about the product base. Make a good line of products for sure. Their high performance is some of the better right now. If you're looking to do any kind of tabletops or anything like that, you want to stick with a water base, it's a very good thing. And everybody knows Microjig. Ralph is out here talking about some of the new blade cleaner. I'm going to try to step around so I'm not in people's way. And we're going to hopefully catch some time to catch one of his demos later.
Second meeting there, I can now bring this over to the saw and actually put this on the saw, on the armor, without ever touching the teeth. I don't typically do that. I don't bother, the teeth don't bother me, but that magnetic handle really makes the whole cleaning process much easier.
Yeah, the new blade cleaning system they have is fantastic.
So it cleans mostly the teeth. If there's burning in between in the gullets, you'll get that too. But again,
well known for their gripper, Microjig continues to innovate, and they've moved on from the gripper to they've got the blade cleaning system. They have the Microjig matchstick clamps, which I am a huge fan of. Just my personal take. I do a lot in my own shop with the matchstick system.
we'll be here all day.
The splitter, zero play guide bar. They've done quite a bit of stuff. Hey, we're here. If you want to do a demo, we will listen.
There you go.
Can you hear him okay when he starts talking?
Yeah, he's okay.
So the problem with using push sticks is you're pushing from the back corner of the board, back right corner up against the fence. And as I push, the drag on this side is pulling that part or pushing it away from the fence. That's physics. That's what it wants to do. When you see the tool marks like this on your part, those are from the back side of the blade, not the front. And what's happening is you can see they match up. The board has wandered away from the fence and is rubbing on those back teeth. Not only does that leave a tool mark up to clean up, but it also means that there's a potential kickback there if one of those teeth catches. The gripper is going to work differently. We're going to hold the part from the top down using a molded-on rubber compound, and I can set up for whatever cut I want to make. So the gripper is not only holding the part from the top. I'm going to keep both halves of the cut parallel to the blade all the way through the cut. I'm not going to let them rub back here. The gripper comes with a 1/4 inch and a 1/2 inch leg, so I can cut right down to a 1/4 of an inch right out of the box. I'm going to make a cut here, and I want you to notice a couple of things that aren't normal when I make the cut. The things that you don't normally see. my off-arm is over here. It's not rattling against the side of my blade like it would if I had used the push stick. Number two, I was able to take my keeper part right here and bring it back around to the back of the saw blade at the same time. I'm not reaching across that spinning saw blade to pick up my part. The gripper gives me that level of control. And that annoying little nib that's usually on the end of your off arm is no longer there because I followed all the way through. And my gripper is my moving blade guard. If something dreadful would happen in the middle of that cut, my hand is still well above the blade. The gripper takes the damage and not me. The three legs of the gripper are replaceable individually. So when I cut into one, it's not if it's when, I can just buy a new one and replace it out. I don't have to buy a whole new gripper. Now, if I want to cut this piece again, drop my blade down, bring my gripper over, this is no good. I don't want anything to move in an unpredictable manner, so I'm going to drop the balance support down. This comes with every gripper, and now my gripper is balanced and stable across, even though I'm standing on one leg. Next, I'm going to bring my center leg right over close to where the blade is, so once again, I'm controlling both halves of the cut. Now, this is very close, so I'd like to do a test pass, get into the habit of making a check so you don't cut into your gripper. Now I'll make that cut. Once again, everything comes back around with me. I'm not reaching across the blade. This is the part I just cut, but this is not scratched. I can use up my wood right down to the end with the gripper. My waste is always going to be less, something less than the width I'm cutting. Now, we can go get some Chinese food for lunch. Only the gripper gives you this level of control. And what it is about the gripper is everything I do in my shop is more comfortable and more fun because I'm not worried about cutting my fingers. So if I've got a piece that I want to do a round over on at the router table, for example, I have my router bit set up with a bearing, a round over. I always know that's going to grab a little bit when I go to engage. It makes me nervous. I'm going to take the center leg of my gripper, bring it all the way over, set it on top of the part, and once again, drop the balance support down. Now I can grab that part, work it around that router bit, change direction, change grip, whatever I want to do. My fingers are never near the bit. I use it at the router table almost as much as I do the table saw. Anywhere there's a bit or a blade that wants to bite me, I'm using the gripper. So,
Cool. I personally have 3 of those in my shop. I've got quite a few of the Microjig products. I'm very excited about how well they work and how accurate they are. Okay. So we are here at the Bessey clamps next. Obviously, no woodworking shop is complete without a whole bunch of clamps. And man, they got them. Anything from your parallels, your squeeze, your F-style. Bessey's got a whole lot of clamps here. I just had to outfit a whole bunch in my shop for doing a couple of projects that I needed them for. Very good quality clamps. Now, we're down here in Kreg. They got a lot of cool stuff in their booth. A lot of variety, and everybody's heard of Kreg Tool. Started out with their Kreg pocket jig years ago, and well, let's just say they've grown. Routing, sawing, a lot of different things. They've got some cool stuff like to show. Some things are, they told me about a couple of new products. You might remember some of these. We talked about these a while back earlier this year when they launched those. That some of those new products on display. Very cool. We're going to keep moving on. I get a little busy here. Got the Kreg jigs on display as well as the Foreman. This is the upgraded version of the pocket machine. Certainly makes all the difference in the world if you're in a more production setting. That Foreman operates. You know, they got it kind of locked off on me. There we go. We'll pop the hood. You can see there's a drill motor in there, and that's what drives everything. So now you've seen what's under the hood. Yeah, I'll be here all day.
I'm glad.
And moving on down the line, we've got Rikon as well. Rikon has come on strong as a really good quality power tool and machine manufacturer. Got quite a few of their products in my shop. Grinders, sanders, variety of different things, depending on what you're after. Really good bandsaws and drill presses. And they're slammed as well, so we won't stay too long in their booth. Hopefully we'll get to come back and talk to Joe from Rikon. He can tell us about some of the new products that's about to be launched. And we've got George Wurzel there. He's going to be doing some demonstrations on the Rikon lathes. Very good turner for sure.
Yeah, George is also known as being the Subaru guy. He was in the commercial where the couple was looking for a certain place, and the blind guy navigated them by sound and by nature. That is George, and he is a legally blind woodturner. Amazing work.
Yeah, does a very good job. I got to talk to him at length at the Chattanooga AAW show, and very cool guy to just chat with for a minute. And he's always got a crowd, so it's tough to get in and get a word with him. But he does everything by feel. It was amazing watching him do his sanding, but does some really great work. Kind of meander on this way. But guy's using the Manpatools from King Arthur. Let's see if we can't get over here and get a little closer shot of that. So yeah, if you're doing any kind of rough carving on larger scale product, the King Arthur's got a good amount of tools, from chains or carbide to now these Manpa lines. Very good stuff. We do work with a lot of the clubs. The Western Piedmont Woodcrafters is here, and they usually line this front corner doing a variety of things, showcasing some of the talents of the members. And you're welcome to, if you're interested in any of these clubs, all of them would welcome you to come visit them during one of their club events. So if you're curious about a club that might be in your area, I believe we've got a whole club listing on woodworkingshop.com that you can go click by state and find clubs that are in your area and get invested in some woodworking. Of course, Bosch, very high quality tools, sanders, drillers, routers, and everything in between. Got a variety of things here from Bosch. And you can see some booths are just extremely busy. And that's one, because of pricing, two, because of product. And we've got some good pricing on some Bosch sanders over there, for sure. And this is the shop box booth. Got a variety of cool things in here, a lot of dust collection. I would say almost all of our dust collection products come from Shopbox and Woodstock line. And they got a variety of wares here as well. I was looking, and I don't see them. Well, I thought they were here. I was going to show off the clamp rack. But there's a variety of stuff here from Shopbox. We just brought in a clamp rack. They're not online, but I installed them in my shop, and I absolutely love them. Good place for me to organize and position all of my Bessey clamps. I was going to make it out of Baltic birch, but well, we all know the price of that. We do have a full line of Sours veneers, and they've got both standard veneers and inlays. This is one of the cool new things we just brought in. This is their checkerboard pattern. Fully ready to go. You build your box and you add that to the top, and you got a beautiful checkerboard top or chest to be able to showcase your cool craftsmanship. And they've already done all the hard work for you by pre-veneering them. So, very cool stuff. We would go in there, but she seems like she's pretty busy too. Got a few people in there checking out her stuff, checking out the different veneers, a lot of exotics as well as domestics, specialty veneers, and those inlays in the corner there. Those are really cool if you're looking to do any specialty jewelry boxes and anything like that. Great little accent piece. And Fein tool, the original tool, the Multi-Master. Cool story behind them. It kind of started as a cast cutting tool in the medical field. And, well, we know what we have now. So between the Multi-Master and the drills and grinders and things that they offer, really good stuff. I need to sharpen the pencil to sandpaper, so that worked out pretty good. But if you've never heard of the Multi-Master, you definitely need to check that out. There's a lot of imitators on the market, and the Multi-Master was the originator, and they continue to expand their line and make their products even better. Quick release, high quality tooling, great German engineering for sure. And everybody knows DeWalt. So come check out the DeWalt stuff at the booth. Got a few quarter cable items still lingering around in there. Everybody knows that tool, the planer and the scroll saw. Those are two big things that they're well known for. And we're going to hopefully catch these guys at Arbortech doing some demo stuff here in a little bit. We might get to view staying behind the shield, or we can peek over and see what's going on. So we're going to check them out later. They'll have some stuff going on, and we'll be hooking them up. Hey! The North Carolina Woodworkers are here. This is a club really that's started years ago, and it was an online club. And now you can see they've grown. They've got a lot of members here, and it's based all North Carolina. And they want to come learn. They're going to teach you different turning techniques, scrolling. I believe they've got 2 or 3 classes on the Honey Dipper and some other stuff going on. So a lot of cool things you can come learn. And as you can see, bring your kids or come by yourself. Either way. Doing some interesting scroll work there. So come down here and learn the craft. This is not just to buy stuff. You come and learn. It's all about education. And this side over here is getting a little busy. I'm going to see if I can't meander through a little quick. But you want to learn more about the club, this is where you come and stop. You can buy a T-shirt, check out the club, learn more, get a sticker. There's a variety of the Society of American Period Furniture Makers is here. And obviously they're making period pieces of furniture. A lot of marquetry stuff going on. You might have remembered some of the videos we did a while back with Charlie. Marquetarians of the Carolinas. This is a new club leading out of our Hickory, North Carolina store. And yeah, I enjoyed the video from Charlie earlier. You can see some more of his stuff here. We might try to come back and get a tour with him. Yeah, this side's getting quite busy. And I'll show you, it's a lot of club stuff. The Carolina Scrollers are here. They meet out of our Winston store, if I'm not mistaken. Variety of different things. And a lot of these the clubs are here, and they're also selling some things as well. So come support the local club and the different craftspeople, and you can buy from them. Some cool little different ornaments and a variety of things available. And over here, there'll be a carving competition tomorrow. And once that starts getting full, we'll come back and do a little more detail on that. Variety of things there. And we do have a couple more vendors this way. Fordham is here. If you're doing a lot of rotary carving or any kind of cleaning, Fordham's got quite a few good items that you might want to take a look at. And they're kind of busy, so I'm going to try to meander around. The most popular item we sell from them is the 5240. We've had that for years and years. It's a very solid motor. Great if you're looking to get into rotary carving and you want something that's pretty industrial. Get that with the flex shaft and the variety of kit right out of the gate. You won't be disappointed with what all you get with that. Flex Cuts here got a variety of their knives and sets, different carving tools, sharpening utensils. So if you're into carving, this is definitely the corner for you. So quite a few patterns, and he's got a lot of those already pre-printed on some boards. And you can see a few of those on display there. Maybe I can squeeze past and just show those off. So here's some of the finished products. And a lot of those are pre-sold. And then, of course, we've got the Dunkel knives here. A lot of variety in the carving tools. So, that is the show, minus the items that are going to be on display for the carving. Is there any booth we need to go visit again, or we're going to think about it and figure out what might work for us?
No, I think we're pretty good here. I was going to mention that the Carolina Scrollers are offering, if you buy an ornament, that the proceeds 100% would go to the Second Harvest Food Bank of North Carolina. So anytime you're purchasing one of those ornaments at the show, all the proceeds will go help local families in North Carolina.
Very cool. And this is the media booth. If you're over this way and you're interested, come by and just sign the banner. We'd love to know who you are. Just sign that on there. We've already had a few people stop by. That's cool. And this will be out here all day and today and tomorrow. And it's going to be part of our sort of maker thing that we're doing. This banner will retire this year, so we're going to put that in our showroom. And then next year we'll have another one. And hopefully this can become sort of an annual thing. And, yeah, like something different and fun. And every year we'll have something new. So this is an old extravaganza banner we've had for years, and it's just time to move on. And we thought this would be a great way to do it. Come by, slap your name on there, and if you want, take a photograph in front of it of you signing it, post it, hashtag Mike. What are some of the hashtags they could use when they post a picture in front of the banner?
Well, one thing we're going to do is just hashtag extra 22.
There you go. So extra 22. Well, Mike, I'm tired of talking for a little while. I think I'm going to get me something to drink and get my mind right. And is there anything we can play in the background for a while?
Absolutely, Chris. We can go ahead and take care of that now. We have a bargain box video coming up next. But this is the Klingspor's Woodworking Shop 22nd Annual Woodworking Extravaganza.
Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, we're going to be talking bargain boxes. What's a bargain box?
Well, hold tight and I'm going to tell you.
Hey everybody, Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, we're talking about how it all got started for us. That's right, we're going all the way back to the late 80s, and we're going to take a look at the bargain box. So in the late 80s, Mr. Klingspor, that's the guy that's running Klingspor Abrasives over here in the U.S., instead of having all the scrap material tossed away, they started putting it into a 20-pound box. And I'll tell you what, people just probably thought that was crazy. But you know what? It worked. He put an ad out in Popular Science. Next thing you know, a business was born. We called the sanding catalog. So we were selling these 20-pound boxes of coarse, medium, and fine end materials all over the country. And the next thing you know, we started a company. Not just selling bargain boxes, but now that's who we are now, Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. So we started with this 20-pound box, cut it in half, and offer a 10-pound box of the same coarse, medium, and fine material. And we offer a 10-pound box of just medium and fine. Not everybody needs the coarse stuff. So we cut that in half and used the medium and fine side as well. So anything from 80 and above would be in this box. Well, the Woodturners, we didn't want to leave them out. So we've got this amazing wood-turning bargain box of end rolls. If you're looking for just a variety of material, this is the way to go. And 20 pounds of this will get it done. Various widths, from, I think, 1/2 inch all the way up to 3 inches. Great for your wood turners looking for a little something different to do a little turning and sanding with. And then, of course, we've got our bargain box of belts. These things are phenomenal. When you look at this, we've got it in the 3x21, 3x24, 4x21, 4x24. These are great. You get anything from 60 all the way to 180. And for the price point, it's fantastic. If you use a variety of grits, you still want an industrial grade abrasive, well, these bargain box of belts will get it done. So check those out. You get that assortment. Everything's ready to go. In the 3 inch, you're going to get 6 belts per grit. And in the 4 inch, you're going to get 5 belts per grit. Great way to go if you're looking for a bundle. Now, if you're not planning on using the belts within, say, a couple of years, you might want to consider just getting the grits you need, because either way, you're going to get a great industrial grade product. So let's look at this a little more in detail. Let's dive into this 20-pounder and see what we got. Pop the tape. In a safe manner, always cut towards you. And when you open it up, now the thing about the bargain box is you might not get the same grit every time. You might not get the same material every time. You might not even get the same anything every time, because it's just a miscellaneous of whatever's left over. But no matter what you're going to get, you know it's going to be an industrial grade abrasive that's going to work well for you. So you might get a roll this size. You might get a roll this size. You just never know what the end is going to look like. But either way, you're going to get 20 pounds or 10 pounds. These bargain boxes are the way to go. See, I can't even get it back in there. They stuff it so tight. So go check out the bargain box. You can go visit our website, and you can find it on there. All of the bargain boxes. If you've got that little old-fashioned catalog, the bargain box inside there as well. But if you can't find it in either place, give us a call at 800-228-0000. One of our amazing customer service team, they'll be happy to get you the bargain box of your dreams today. Well, hey, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop talking about the bargain box, which got us all started to begin with. Well, y'all have a great day. Give them a call, go online, or just flip through the catalog. Either way you do it, get your bargain box and whatever other sandpaper or tool products you might need. Y'all have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon.
So here we're looking at Jerry Miesemer's booth. The camera that we have set up is a little bit on the streaming slow side today, but kind of gives you an idea of all the shavings behind him and how he's turning it down and the people watching him. Also, we have up for Kyle with LearnYourCNC.com, kind of explaining a little bit more of what his program does for Vectric. And during the show, if you want to, you can go to go.learnyourcnc.com/extravaganza22 and save 20% off his master course. That is huge. If you have looked at it in the past and weren't quite sure, now's a great time to jump on that. But I will go ahead and show you a video of what his program means and how well it works for those who are starting out for CNC.
Guessing that you're here because you have a problem. You invested lots of time and money into your CNC machine, only to be left searching all over the internet on how to use it properly without much success. Well, you finally came to the right place. The Vectric Master Training course has helped over 1,000 students from all over the world solve this problem by providing 3 major things: knowledge, resources, and support. When you join the Vectric Master Training course, you will get lifetime access to an online training program that has over 200 in-depth lessons in sequential order and hours of extremely valuable content broken up into easy to digest sections. From 2D designing, node editing, knowing which toolpaths to choose and which bits to choose, how to properly set up your feed and speed settings, how to use gadgets to increase your productivity, basic all the way up to advanced training on 3D modeling and creating rotary projects, and finally, many tips and tricks in between. This program also includes the resources that you need to accompany your learning experience, such as actionable steps, quizzes at the end of each chapter, project files, PDF guides, cheat sheets, and so much more. Finally, you will also have lifetime access to our exclusive private community with support on getting your questions answered. Some students have even told me that this was the most valuable part for them. So if you are tired of wasting time trying to learn Vectric software the hard way, and are ready to join over 1,000 students that are now using Vectric software more efficiently, then click the button on this page to get instant access to all of the training and start increasing your confidence today. I'll see you inside.
So remember, that is go.learnyourcnc.com/extravaganza22 for 20% off Kyle's Learn Your CNC Academy program. Let's see here. Okay. So Chris is still working on getting that beverage. So the Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, Woodworking Extravaganza is a sale. But at the same time, it's a sale that we do. We put it on. It's all in-house. So everybody who works with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop actually comes together to get this done. This is our 3rd year doing the virtual. We really appreciate you joining us here to be able to do this. And I'm Mike Z, by the way. Chris, he'll be back on and he'll be doing interviews. We've got the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock hours roughly going to be in the booth. Anyone who stops by wants to do an interview, or he'll go out and find somebody. But then he's got an 11 o'clock demo. And so we'll probably start back up at about 1 o'clock with the saw stop demonstration. And then we'll go back over and talk to Kyle. And then it looks like we also have about 1:30. We have Artisan Pirate. His name's Tyler. He does a lot of scroll saw work. He's really popular on Instagram. So he'll be stopping by. And then anyone who stops by the booth in general who's going to be hanging out, that'd be great to see you too. Let's see. But if we take a look at the map here, you'll notice the little apples that are all around. That's one of the things that's great about this, is that we offer free apples from the mountains of North Carolina. So Western North Carolina apples, fresh for the year, always delicious. And, go ahead and grab one while you're walking around. Let's see here. So Morris Schlesinger is doing his turning demos, he's doing trend demonstrations today as far as sharpening and how to keep your tools sharp with diamond sharpening. Booth 86 is our local North Carolina with Hickory, North Carolina. It is the Woodturners of North Carolina. They've been around since, I want to say, about 33 years now. That club's been around. But they do a learn to turn where you can actually come in and learn how to turn a pen, how to turn a small ornament, actually get your hands on turning for the first time if you have never done it. Kids of all ages are welcome. So, whether you can hold a lathe tool all the way up to, whatever age you want to be. But anyone and everyone's welcome. And then also at the very top there is the ncwoodworker.net booth, which you saw with Chris. They have scroll saw going on. They have turning going on. They have some Marquetarian going on. So there's a lot happening in that booth, and that's a very hands-on booth as well. So you can kind of get your hand testing that out and see if it's something that you like. But all of this is 100% free to come and attend. It's free to park. It's free classes and free demonstrations, and of course the free apples. So everything about the show, other than the products that are there, are 100% free. And a lot of the things too, when you go into the booth, for instance, like we're going to be talking with Joe from Rikon. Joe's the president of Rikon. So a lot of the people who are actually in these booths are the people who help run the company or running the company in general. They're not just salespeople. They're actual people in the industry that you can talk to and get expert advice from. And, they also get your feedback. If there's something about a tool that you really like or some feature that you would like to see in a tool, they're also there to help talk to you about it. So it's great to have the actual people in the industry there, not just salespeople, as you would find sometimes at other shows. Well, there you are. Oh, there you are, buddy.
Yeah, I'm back.
There you are.
I found a seat.
You're looking good.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying. Actually, one moment I have to do something else real quick. I forgot to.
I was going to say, you're going to charge that other one?
Because the mobile unit is down to a considerably low amount.
I'm guessing battery power.
Yes. We're down to about 21%. So yes, we're mobile live. So we're going to take a break from the mobile version while we go live in the booth because, batteries need to be charged and batteries need to be recharged.
All right.
And, we just had Pete Spuller, Mr. Klingspor himself, walking by, and he refused to come in the booth, so you're stuck with us. That's the way it goes.
So
I have guest spots open.
Okay.
Going to be interviewing people today, and maybe you could be one of them.
Oh, there you go.
More relaxed and all sort of GQ. be more inviting to people to come in. I don't know. Or I could just sit up straight like a professional and be done with it.
Well, it's your interview,
Well,
so you do what you want.
hey, it's my party. I'll dance if I want to.
Yeah, so we were just covering some of the extravaganza, what it is. It's free. All of the online is recently new to us, so this is all kind of the third year doing it. But this is the first time we've ever had a hybrid series where you're there and I'm virtual.
Well, I'm here, that's for sure.
So how's the crowd this year?
It seems it's picking up for sure. I noticed, especially as the further I got in, it was becoming more and more crowded. And we do have options here that I can go to this camera, and we can sort of pan the show if you want to see what that looks like.
Yeah, let's take a look.
So to get an idea. Let's see. Let me make a quick change here so I can see what I'm doing. So we've talked about it. This over here is the Learn to Turn Center. And let me make a change on the computer right quick. Give me a little better vantage point. Now, push that in a little better. So we've got the Learn to Turn Center over there. The Phantom CNC folks over there. You can see Nick work talking to some folks. The Fuji people. Microjig over there with Mr. Bagnell, Ralph Bagnell himself. And there's show stuff. I can't do it better for you.
Looks
Hold
great.
this up as high as I could go, and you can see this is quite busy. And this is just one part of it. A lot of stuff going on at the show, no doubt. Handing on over, you got some more of the stuff from Arbortech, different carvers, competitions. So yeah, I'm just going to spin this around, and I'm just going to kind of leave it over there, and you can kind of watch what's going on over there at the Microjig, or we can leave it at the turning section. What do you think?
Leave it at the turning section.
Yeah, that's what I think. So, give you an idea of what's going on. You see the crowds.
Now, one thing I was bringing up is that when you mentioned having Joe from Rikon on, a lot of the people who are in the booths are, vice presidents or presidents of the company. They're not just a salesperson for the company or representing them. They are legitimately people who are behind the scenes and who are in charge of stuff. So they'll listen to feedback.
Yeah. And they'll give you some insights into what may be coming down the line or what's new. Sometimes you can learn a lot about a products because that's what they do. These tools, these machines, this is what these people do for a living. And I learned some things about Kreg this morning. They've got some really cool stuff going to be launching next month. I couldn't show it on camera, and I can't really talk about it, but I've seen it. So if you pay me enough, I may share it with you.
I mean, could you go by the booth and just kind of lower the camera down a little bit and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
I could, but I was asked not to because they'll get in trouble for showing it.
It's that secret, but it's only at the show.
Yes.
So only in person.
Yes, only in person. Only in person can you see this. And I'm an honorable guy, so I stand by my word. I gave him my word I wouldn't show it on camera or show those products on camera. So we're going to be set up here today and tomorrow. Going to be doing some live stuff in the booth, around the show. It's going to be fun. And I couldn't see any of the questions or comments along the way. It was quite hard to do all that and run the camera.
Oh,
so
yeah. Well,
hopefully we got everything squared away and nobody was like, "Wait, man, they're not going to answer me."
No, we got it because Bill Thompson makes a good point that he's glad to see the preview, and he'll be at the show tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, Mr.
Well,
Tom
Bill,
Monahan
stop by and
himself.
see us.
And then Tom Monahan himself, who's in the General Finishes booth, he said it was a beautiful day in Hickory.
Nice.
Of course, he's from
So if you see
Wisconsin.
me roaming around, don't forget to stop by and say hey. I was already visited by Artisan Pirate, Mr. Tyler. He came by earlier while I was changing out my battery.
So he is at the show.
He is at the show. Live and in person. And it is definitely picking up here. A lot more foot traffic swinging by. And just the crowd around the turning booth is starting to increase. Well, Mike, as you can see, there's a lot going on at the show. A lot of activity.
Yeah.
And I don't know, just looking at 10:30. I think 11 o'clock, I have a CNC demo over in the CNC booth. So if you're at the show, definitely come check that out. And if you're between shows, certainly the Phantom folks are doing their thing. The guys in Axiom will be doing their thing. So you can go check that out and certainly learn your CNC. You can learn about your CNC.
Oh, yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, so a lot of activity going on at the show, and definitely some classes for all ages. Learn woodworking. Get out and have some fun. Welcome to North Carolina. A lot of cool things going on right now. But I think at 10:30, I'm going to sign off. And sorry, I keep waving. Everybody comes by waving at me, so I keep waving back. Maybe I should sit in that chair and wave. That way it looks a little better. But yeah, come on down to the show. Say hey. If I'm live, just say hey quietly. Or do like I've had a couple people do, poke me in the back and kind of gooch me and didn't realize I was going live. So I maintained composure. So I'm pretty proud of myself.
Good job. All right.
So just think, you could be sitting in this chair and being interviewed, asked about the show. We're going to be talking to vendors, customers, demonstrators, whoever wants to be interviewed within reason. We'll interview you.
You said within reason. Is there a certain criteria we do not want in the booth?
Yeah. Well, I'll be the judge of that. But come on down to the Hickory Metro Convention Center, the 22nd annual Klingspor Woodworking Shop, Woodworking Extravaganza. Get your apples, free parking, free admission. Come check out the free classes, the demonstrations. It's fun for the whole family. Learn to turn, learn to scroll, learn to carve. I even saw there was a soap carving class going on. I mean, there is not a lack of things to do here at the Hickory Metro Convention Center. Oh, and next door, there's a quilting convention going on. So if you're into quilting, come on down. Maybe you're just into quilting but not woodworking. Drag your significant other down here and tell them to go to the woodworking show while you go watch the quilting stuff. There's fun for everybody. So come check it out. Hickory Metro Convention Center, the Klingspor Woodworking Shop, 22nd annual Woodworking Extravaganza.
Quick question for you. Are we going to go into the quilting section?
I'm going to try to sneak in later, but right now my phone's charging.
Well, no, I know not right now.
Once we get a mobile access again, we're going to try to sneak into the next door building. I have a contact over there that get in the back door. We'll see what happens.
Sounds good to me.
Could be fun for everybody.
All right. Well, if you want to go get ready for your demonstration in the CNC booth, are you going to be showing that at any time this weekend?
Possibly. It's just going to be a matter of charged batteries.
Okay.
But we'll shoot for that. So I don't know what's up next, what's on tap, but I do know we'll be coming back live with more content at the show. Mike's probably got a few little snippets to play between the shots, but we will have some interviews this afternoon. I know we're going to be interviewing Kyle Ely. We're in our booth here in the media booth. Tyler Dalton from Artisan Pirates is going to be here. Got a few other people that have said they're going to come in and try to get Dreadnought from Sorby to come in on board with us. We're going to do some stuff in the booth, maybe even at their booth. So we have a lot on tap. It's just a matter of getting it all dialed in and getting it where we can line it up in the right way. So a lot of fun coming down the line for sure.
Well, very good. Yeah, we got all kinds of videos to show. We got a lot of vendors that weren't able to make it, so they're going to be showing their videos, as well as a Shaper Origin. I got the complete setup on that one. So while you're doing a CNC demo, I'll show a CNC video.
Gotcha. Well, I will be back live with you shortly. Mike, I'm going to put it in your hands, my man, and we'll talk soon. I'm live on location at the Klingspor Woodworking Shop, 22nd annual Woodworking Extravaganza. And somebody just about ripped our curtain down, which would have been really bad. So anyway, this is me signing out.
All right, so you're going to switch the camera over?
I am going to go to that right there.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right, so up next will be, let's do this Fein video that we have on the Multi-Master system. Since we saw that, they now have the battery-powered system. Still the innovators of the multi-tool, also known as the wiggle tool in some North Carolina high schools. Check this out.
The Multi-Master from Fein, the perfect tool for any do-it-yourself job. Multi-Master makes renovation and finishing jobs easier and more efficient. With the right attachments, the Multi-Master can handle any challenge with ease. Already in use all around the world, proven 1,000,000 times over, made in Germany. Switching tools is fast and convenient thanks to our Starlock system. It couldn't be easier. Its extremely smooth operation guarantees utmost precision. Thanks to its multitude of possibilities, the Multi-Master can handle nearly any material. Even hard-to-reach spots are no problem for the easy-to-handle sawing attachment. No matter whether it's wood or metal, you want to meet the highest expectations. That's why professionals trust the Multi-Master. The Multi-Master makes easy work of polishing jobs that used to require maximum effort for excellent results and a quick and easy shine. When individual tiles need to be replaced in the bathroom, Multi-Master is the ideal choice. Cutting and rasping is easy with the right tool. And to get rid of unsightly grout or to replace a stained carpet, Multi-Master is the tool of choice for made-to-measure solutions. Multi-Master, thousands of uses, and we're just getting started.
Hey everybody, it's Daryl from Dreadnought Woodshop. I'm here at Klingspor Woodworking Shop's Woodworking Extravaganza. We're going to be doing it virtual this year, and I'm going to be here today sharing with you guys some awesome products from Robert Sorby. Can you edit that?
Hey, I'm Ricky with Mohawk Finishing Products. Coming virtual today with you with Klingspor's Woodworking Extravaganza. We're wanting to go over some of our products here and do some demos today for you. One of the products we're going to go over is our hard fill kits. I'm going to do a demo on that to show you exactly how easy this is and how you don't have to really worry about, burning or scorching the finish and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and take this board that we have right here on display, and I'm going to do some damage to it. Right here, I'm going to go across some of the grain too as well here, so that way it'll be a repair that you run into all the time out into the field. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with our hard fill kit. I'm going to use this one for demo only. This is like one of our standard kits that just come with all the different colors in it, but we have two other kits that Klingspor carries on that for your needs that'll help you out, that they've designed with the colors and everything in mind for what you see out in the field. But what we're going to do is we're going to start with this kit here. This is going to be what you use for your burn-in. It looks a little different than your traditional burn-in that you're used to. It's battery powered. You'll just turn it on. It's got a switch on the top, but it's still not going to get warm or hot until you hold this button down right here on the top. You'll see the light come on. It takes about 7-8 seconds to get to operating temperature warm enough to burn in the burn-in sticks. So at that point, we'll pick one that matches your background color, and we'll go ahead and lay that out. And I'm going to get a couple more of the tools that come in these kits and go over them. This right here is your plastic polymer block. It's got rounded off edges, so that way when you're going to clean off the burn-in, it will not scratch or mar the finish on that. You can move it around. You can see you can smack against the board. It will not scratch your finish on that. Comes with another little piece right here. If you can see, it's got teeth like a comb there. So when we go across the burn-in, it's going to pull it up into these grooves. And then once you're done, you're going to take this tool and you're just going to scrape it across it to clean it out. And I'll demo it here in just a second. And then on the other end, it's just flat, angled a little bit. And this tool fits right down into the block. So when you go to the damaged area, the first thing you want to do is take this block and go across the damaged area. That way, if there are any high spots, any little burrs sticking up, you've got a real good, clean, nice starting point at that point. So once you've done that, you've already picked out one of your hard fill colors at that point. So you'll make sure your knife's on. You'll want to hit the button. Give it about, like I said, 7 or 8 seconds. And what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to touch the hard fill to the actual point on the burn-in knife, and you'll just let it kind of melt down into the damaged area, which you can see it's already warm at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to angle it kind of like you're running a bead of caulk, just slightly overfill it, and I'll pull back so you can see a little bit better. Let me get it started here. And you can see what I was talking about. You're just kind of running it where it looks like a little bead of caulk. And then you'll take this other piece that comes with it, just lay it right on top of it. What that does is just kind of pushes down the hard fill into the damaged area and also pulls a little bit of the heat out at that point. Don't be afraid if you overfill it. That's the beauty of this kit. It'll take off any excess amount for you. Then you'll take your block that I showed you earlier. You can use either side. It's going to have different angles of the grate, kind of like a cheese grater is what it looks like. But you'll want to put this piece right here towards the palm of your hand, And I always start out with just kind of laying it right on top of it with some pressure and just pull straight back the first time. And you can already see it's coming off, getting stuck into the grooves that I spoke earlier about. And then you can just go right back over it, go back and forth. And you can see how it's already leveled it perfect at that point. And if you got a little excess, you can try to clean off if the board's not perfectly flat. But at that point, you take this piece back out, and these little grooves will line right up. It'll pop right out for you. That way you have a clean block at that point for next time. And one of the beauties of this too is if the color is not exactly on, you've got a good background color, which you can see here, it blends well, but it's kind of missing a little bit of the looks like the glaze, a little bit of the depth, and also some of the grain lines it's missing there, so you can kind of still see the repair area. So we've got another product that comes in these kits. You get 3 of them in it with it. But the beauty of this is our brush tip markers I'm going to introduce to you. And you can get these in 6-packs kits on that. But the beauty of this is you can see it's got a brush tip, an artisan brush tip, and you can come in and adjust color if needed to make a better repair. Just kind of pat it out. And you can see it's already starting to change the color. And they come in a variety of different colors. And I'll show you, I'll back up right here and let you see how just adjusting that color just a little bit, just to bring it in to camouflage it. And then you can go back, because there's such a fine tip brush, and you can do some the graining back in to kind of camouflage it a little bit. And then at that point, you've got a repair that's blended in with the existing grain. The background colors are correct at that point. And also on these brush tip markers, you'll want to make sure once you put them on, you'll hear a little snap. That way they don't, they're sealed and they'll last you a long time. Even though they look a little small in size, they last a very long time, and they're a lifesaver when you're trying to adjust the color to blend it in with the existing grain and wood tones around you on that. But like I said, you can get them. You get 3 of them with their kits, and also you can get 6-packs or order them that way through them. As far as that, but you can leave that like that, or there's another thing, if that didn't work, that I'll go over as well. Let me introduce our blend-all sticks. Our blend-all sticks is basically, we took our blend-all powders and made it easier for people to do color work. Instead of trying to mix the powders and everything, we took the powders that you're used to in the past and put them in a wax state. So that way, some people call it makeup for wood, kind of, but you're doing all your color work. And the great thing about this is you can do the color work on that. You can sharpen them or whatever you like. That's why they come with a sharpener. But you can do the color work and just kind of start blending in if an area is not dark enough or over your repair. And you'll do the same technique as you would with your powders, just kind of blending it in with your hand there till you get the desired look that you're looking for. And you can do the same thing. They'll blend in with different colors. You can go right over top of it to give it a little more depth and also grain. And you can see how that right there is already changing and blending in that existing area. But the beauty of it is that's just sitting on the surface versus if you're just using our powders, the powders is already etched into it, and that's what scares some people, and they love doing their color work with these because it makes it so much easier. If you're not sure about your color or you're just off for some reason, you can just simply just wipe it right back off and start over again. and until you lock it in. And that's when you'll want to lock it in with one of our Mohawk Perfect blends. This is designed, it is got lacquer and flow out agents and everything in this product, but the beauty of this versus just shooting something with a nitrocellulose or a pre-cat lacquer, you know, if you were trying to do this repair here in the corner with a pre-cat nitrocellulose, you would have to pretty much spray this whole piece, or you're going to have a cut line, halo, you're going to have bounce, the overspray and everything. This product here is designed so you can do spot repairs. You can spray the whole piece, but it's really designed just for spot repairs. So if we were spraying it on just this corner, you would not get that halo line, that cut line, no bounce, and you could just walk away at that point with a finished repair. And that being said, I'm going to move on to one other product as well that we carry, is our wood filler. Mohawk has put a lot of thought and time into this new wood filler. This wood filler that we're carrying is a water-based. It comes in a convenient size of our 16-ounce tub, and you can feel the weight of it versus a lot of the wood filler you've probably been using out in the market today. And the beauty of it is you can see just the creaminess of it. And with that, you get very little shrinkage. It's very porous for stains. It takes stains very well. Even like if you're wanting to use this product that a lot of people is not aware of, you can take the same product, add a little bit of warm water to it, and make a grain filler with it. You can spread it out with that and use it as that as well. But just the creaminess of it, it really, you know, works well to get down into miter joints if you're in the cabinet industry, the flooring industry. I mean, it's just, it's amazing how it just flows. You can see with the putty knife here how it just goes right down in there and flows right across real nicely. And also on this, you know, a lot of people are scared, you know, with water-based, it's going to take forever to dry, you know, when you hear water. With this putty, you can put it against like a solvent base, and it will dry just about as quick as that. As long as you're putting it on thin coats, it'll dry out very quickly. You'll be very impressed with the dry time. You'll think you've got a solvent product even though it's a water-based. But this is so creamy. And like I said, it'll get down. You can take it and get it down into the miter joints of cabinet doors, splits in flooring as far as that, or furniture as well, to try to get it down into them tight places where the other putties is a thicker consistency and it will not work down into get into the fine cracks and crevices to be able to get it puttied up properly for you on that. So, but these right here come in natural maple. That's the one I'm demoing right now. And we've got also cherry alder color, and between the two, they do stay true. When you go to sand them, they stay true to that color. Some of the other putties you might have used out in the field, when you go to sand them, they'll turn a real bright white, or they won't be real porous and take stain, and you can kind of see them halo or try to shrink or lift up. You will not get any of that with this product here. You'll be very pleased with trying the new Mohawk water-based putty that we carry here at Klingspor.
Hi, I'm Charlie Brown. I do marquetry. Today, we're going to turn this into this. Worker and new Marquetarian. I say new because I've only been doing it about 8 or 9 years. Prior to that time, I had never heard about marquetry. Didn't know what it was. My first exposure to it was at the Klingspor Expo. There was a booth there that had the Marquetry Club. They were cutting these gorgeous pictures that really enthralled me, and I couldn't wait to find out about it. And what impressed me even more was the little saw that they were using to do these things. So I've always been someone that liked to make tools or might make things for use in what I do in the shop. And so I asked them, could I take a picture of the saw? They accommodated me. I went home and I made one. It didn't work as well as I had expected. So I started doing a little research and came up with a little better version of the saw. Now, and we'll get into the saw and its uses and how it's made in just a minute. But that's a little bit of background. What our purpose here today is to introduce you to marquetry. I'm going to cut a marquetry picture. It's going to have 7 pieces. It's going to show the process. I picked a pattern that will demonstrate what you need to know or how you need to operate the saw. And the method that we're going to use is called the double bevel method. And it's called that because there's 2 pieces of veneer. One is attached but with tape to the back of the other, and the saw blade, as you cut it, is on a 12-degree bevel. So both pieces, the front piece and the back piece, have that 12-degree bevel. The advantage of that is when you cut the two, you take the piece off the back and incorporate it into your foreground, it eliminates any kerf that the blade makes. The blades are very thin, in fact, and the teeth are very fine. Hard to see with the naked eye. A lot of times you just have to feel the blade. They're called jeweler's blades, and they're available from jeweler supply stores. Let's take a minute here and let me show you what tools are necessary to do this. And we'll get to that in just a second, but one of the things that really makes sense to me about marquetry is it's available to people, or it accommodates people that have small spaces to work in. It's not a very terribly messy art form to get into. You can do it in a small space. You don't have to worry too much about the dust. It makes a little bit of dust, but not much. And it doesn't take up a lot of space. It doesn't take a lot of money to get involved in it either. So the tools that are involved, let's just go through them briefly. You're going to need to punch a hole through the 2 pieces of veneer that I'll demonstrate in just a minute. And there's various ways to do that. You can drill the thing, the access hole, or more handy is to use just a large sewing needle or a tool that has a point, like an awl. With a little practice, you'll figure out exactly what size you need, and that's dependent on the blade that you choose to cut the marquetry. So there's your awl, a good pair of tweezers, really fine point. You're going to need an embossing tool. This particular one has 2 different sizes. That's for tracing your pattern. You have to trace the pattern through some graphite paper. And you need something to cut veneer with at various stages. Most of the cutting is going to be done on the saw, which I'm about to show you. But you're going to need to cut some independent pieces, and a scalpel or a craft tool works very well for that. I chose the scalpel because it fits my hand better. It's a little narrower. It gives you greater control. You're going to need some graphite paper, black, which you use most of the time, and white, so when you trace the pattern on a dark piece of veneer, you can see it better. Okay, and the saw. Let me touch on the saw because I know that's going to be one of the first questions. This particular saw is called a marquetry saw. It was developed by John Effler. This one is considerably different from the plan that I bought to do this saw. I've made several changes to it, but I'm going to show you this one briefly, and I'll show you or give you a reference to the plan should you want to make your own saw. So let me show you the workings basically. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that okay? Basically, it's a box. And the back of the box has a 1/4 inch piece of plywood with a 12-degree angle cut in it to accommodate the slide that holds the blade. You can see in the back there. This is just a piece of maybe 2 inch by 3/4 hardwood stock, and to that is attached a drawer slide. This particular one is 10 inches, I think. That allows you to move this blade that's attached to this steel tube. And it's set on a 12-degree bevel. So basically that's it. There's also a little break in the back here because at some point in time you're going to need to stop the blade, disassemble or disassemble the top so that you can pull it through the veneer, and then you want to press it again to release the action on the saw itself. Now it's got a spring there so that it's more comfortable than trying to operate it strictly by hand. This one, as you can tell, is a little more decorative than you might expect for your first one, and believe me, this is not my first one. So I decided, since I was going to be doing marquetry, that I needed to have a presentable saw. So I put a trout, as you can see in the top there. A little more elaborate, and it takes a little more experience to be able to do that, but not a whole lot. This is not rocket science. It's something that you can do. The materials for the saw, I mentioned the drawer slide, the spring, the little handle, most of it's hand cut stuff. The tubing here is 3/8 inch steel brake line. So you buy that at the auto parts store, and then you have to figure out how to bend it to without kinking. And there's some tips on that at various places. There's a keeper up here that holds your tiny saw blade. Details of that are in this plan I'm going to reference here in a few minutes. So it's not an easy piece to build. It requires a fairly well-equipped shop to do it, and some woodworking as well as some metalworking to thread connections. So and then it's just held to the tabletop with a clamp. Attach it to a place where it's very close to your working space so you can move a chair back and forth, and it works out pretty well. So basically this is all the space that you need to do this. Okay, what is marquetry? Marquetry is loosely defined, and there is several different definitions of marquetry. Basically, it is taking pieces of wood veneer, you can even use shell or metal, and incorporate it into a thin piece of veneer, like a veneer that we're going to use here, or you could do it in various other materials, but typically it's done with wood veneer. Inlay is another term that is used a lot with marquetry, but it's two different processes. Marquetry is creating the piece in a thin piece of veneer. Inlay is when you take that or other items and you sink it into a surface. For instance, this tape dispenser. The diamond piece here with the lettering is marquetry. The process to put it into the tape dispenser is inlay. So that's the definition, and you'll get various opinions on that definition as well as techniques used in marquetry. So just because I show you something here today doesn't mean that somebody else hasn't done it completely differently. It's a matter of preference. So there's a book I can recommend to you, and it was the first book that I got when I got into marquetry. I'll show you a copy of it. It's available here at Klingspor or online. It's called Basic Marquetry and Beyond by Ken Horner. Very good book, detailed. It's available to you. I would recommend it. The other thing about the reference material, and that is the plan for the saw. As you can see, the saw that's on the booklet that I used to make this one looks a lot different than the one I did, and it has a lot of mine has a lot more features to it, so I've improved, or I have varied from the plan quite a bit. But it was available when I started this 8-10 years ago. I don't think it's in print now, but you can go online and find it at various places, one of which is the Rocky Mountain Marquetry Guild. So if you drill down through there, you can find a downloadable plan and go from there and make your own. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go immediately into cutting a piece just after I show you a few things here that you can expect to do with marquetry. This is the flower, or I guess it's a rose, that we're going to make today. Has 7 pieces, and I'll show you the techniques in just a minute. Some of the things that you can expect to be able to do with a little practice are, I'll show you a few items here. This is one that I've done fairly recently that I like, and my wife likes even more. In fact, I had to sign a release to get it out of the house. But there's that one. This one's a pretty recent one. And it's framed in veneer. There's various different ways to frame your work after you get it through, and we'll get into that in just a few minutes. The one that I cut in the last couple of days that I just showed you. Here are the background material, and here are the pieces that I cut the pieces that are in the picture from. So you can see it doesn't take a whole lot. You can be economical with the veneers, and I would encourage that because they can get a little pricey depending on what you choose. And I like to use natural materials where I can, although I will use colors as I did in the rooster there. So let's go ahead and get into making one. We're going to make the rose from scratch. I'm going to apologize up front. If it takes too long for you, you can just fast forward to the end if you want. But basically, that rose teaches you the technique. And the technique is basically a process that you have to follow to make everything blend together. And that's demonstrated by this piece right here. I don't know if I'm in focus here or not, but you can see the rose. As I said, it's got, 4 petals, 2 leaves, and a stem. If you can see the process that we're going to use here, you cut from the piece that's furthest from your field of vision first, so that the following pieces can be cut into that piece. That demystifies marquetry for me. So in other words, this piece in the back, that's the furthest piece from my vision as I see it. Everything else builds on top of that. And it would be followed by this piece, which is behind the next 2 pieces that you're going to cut. So you've got to cut the furthest, progress from that toward the front. So order of cut, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are interchangeable. You could do one before the other. The important thing is you want to be able to cut the stem into those 2 pieces because they're going to overlap a little bit to give you that curved line that disappears. And you'll see that as I cut. So we're going to get immediately into the cutting, and we're going to use similar materials to the piece that I just showed you. And I'm going to keep it here so I can reference it. So we said one was the piece furthest from us, and it's in the top. So the process is this. Let's trace with our graphite paper that first piece. Now I'm going to trace it exactly as it's drawn here. But if you get off a little bit, no one is going to know. So you come on down. Now here's the part that's important. You have to cut into these two pieces because you're going to make that line disappear when you cut pieces 2 and 3. You see? Okay, so there's our piece that we're going to cut. Now the piece that we want to show through that cut as it's made is this dark piece. I think that's fumed eucalyptus. So it's important now that you put it in back of the traced line and you hold it up to the light so you can see where your piece is back there. I don't know if that shows up on the camera or not, but anyway, it's sitting back. And I'm going to put it near the corner, and I'm going to align the grain so that it's going up and down as that petal would appear. So there it is. I'm going to transfer it to the table. I'm going to tape it with masking tape. This is just regular 3/4 inch masking tape that you can get anywhere. Nothing special about it. But the masking tape does two things. It holds this back piece in place so it doesn't move while you're cutting. And it also provides a little bit of lubrication to the blade as you cut. And then so I've confirmed that I'm there. I've got to make my entry hole for the blade. Now the place that you make the entry hole is the place that you're going to cut out later. So you don't want to cut it up here at the top, so the hole will be a little bit obtrusive or easy to see. So I'm going to cut it down here at the bottom because I know I'm going to cut over that. So just press it in there until such point. Well, I didn't put enough tape. Let me put one more piece of tape because I can see the hole better in the tape. Okay, I've started the hole. I come around here until I can see it come through. I'm going to enlarge it just a little bit to make sure I can get my blade through there. And then I'm going to feed the blade. Okay, see how the blade comes right through? Press it down, holding the blade. If you don't, and you let the blade crimp, it's going to break. That's the other thing. I hope this doesn't happen today, but it's easy to break a blade, and they'll break for a number of reasons: wear, heat, bending them. So you just have to be careful with it. Now the brake is set so that allows me to load the tension on this bar. So I put it in the blade holder. And you see how the blade, I don't know if the camera will allow that to see that, but you can tell that the, yeah, there it is. You can see that the blade tubing is tilted. That's about 12 degrees. That'll create that double bevel as I cut. So let's cut. And you always cut in a clockwise position. Now I've got the teeth on the back side here. And the only, I can't see them, but I can feel them. Teeth down and on the back side. Fingertips close to the blade so that you don't allow this piece to go up and down on you. Those of you that do scroll saw work, you've got a leg up already, but you don't have to have any previous experience to do this.
The object is to end up in the same hole that you started. There you go. So this piece that just popped out, that's the waste piece because I don't need it. That's the background. I'm going to use the piece that's below it.
Charlie, have you ever considered putting a foot pedal on that?
I have one. Haven't touched it since the first day I finished it. It didn't work very well. I don't know. It's a hands-on thing. And, you know, another method too is scroll saw. I mean, the foot-powered one, I've seen it. I haven't seen it used successfully, but I've seen it. A lot of people use scroll saws. That's a whole different technique. Blade sizing, you can still cut on the double bevel, but it's a little, it didn't suit me. I tried it. Okay, there's my usable piece right here. I'm just going to punch it out and put it on the side. I'm going to take the piece off now because I don't need that anymore. In fact, I'm going to use that same piece for the stem in a few minutes. So I'll put it off to the side. Now, you always glue from the back side. So there's my brush. I just want to get the sawdust out of there. There's the back side. I've got some paper towel here just to blot up the glue because you're going to use a fair amount of glue. I like to use, and this is just Elmer's school glue, basically. Nothing special about it. The glue in this case is it's a temporary measure to hold those pieces in place until such time that you glue this entire completed picture to a piece of MDF or your substrate. Doesn't have to be MDF. Okay, so I'm going to use a toothpick if I can find it. There it is. And I'm going to spread a little bit of that glue in that opening. If you're a little messy, don't worry about it. This will blot it up. So I'm going to lay that down with the back side up, and I'm going to insert the piece that I cut out. And you have to keep track of that piece because the back of that piece is what you want to show through the back of the picture. The back is the piece with the tape on it. So now, if I did this correctly, it'll snap right into that hole there, and you can't see the kerf line. I'm going to tear a little piece of this off, blot up the glue, and I'm going to go ahead and take that tape off if I can find my handy dandy tool. Here's the other tool I neglected to show you a while ago. This is just you can buy this at Hobby Lobby. It's a sculptor's tool, sharp on the sides and pointy on the end. It works great for removing the tape. Helps to have a little garbage can beside you here that I neglected to bring. All right, I put it in there, and I'm going to tape it in place. The tape's there just to hold it temporarily. Okay, and there's the piece. Now, I'm going to hold it up to the light here, but you see there is no kerf line there. I don't know if the camera will accommodate me here, but there's no kerf line. You can't see any daylight through there. And that's the beauty of the double bevel method. Okay, let's move on to the next piece. And we numbered those before we got started, so we're not surprised as we go through here. So the next piece I'm going to use, and I'm looking at my pattern, is the second piece, number 2. And that's this piece of curly ambrosia. So I'm going to put that in there on the back side, tape it in place, making sure, I got to draw it first. Okay, number 2. Now, it's a similar method that I use on number 1. So I'm going to start right here. Number 2 goes just like this, cuts into number 1, and it goes beneath what's going to be 2 and 3. Okay, and the hole that I'm going to make is down here on the bottom because it's going to be cut away and become waste. Okay, now I'm ready to put my piece on the back. Make sure that I cover that, put it over here in the corner so I'm not wasting a lot of veneer. line up the grain the way I want it, and put some tape across it. I'm going to use another piece here because it's curled a little bit and I don't want it flopping around. Okay, go back over, find the piece that you can, or find a place to put the hole in. Here again, it didn't show on my tape, but maybe I can find it. Okay. You've got infinite control with this saw. You can start, stop, control your speed, turn on a dime. Now I mentioned using the white graphite paper. This would be a perfect case to use it, but I know about where it goes, and I'm not concerned with exactly where it is, but you know, it just curves through there. And as long as I hit the mark as I come out of it, I'm good to go. The way you use the saw, various people do it different ways. You can make a full stroke and cover probably 2.5, 3 inches of the blade, or you can use strokes that are probably maybe an inch long, which is what I prefer to do. All right, you see now it gets to the end there, and it's a little prickly, but it comes out. No damage done to my saved piece. This is my trash piece. Set the blade, remove the tension, clean it up a little bit, take the piece off the back, and I'm ready to glue that in. Okay, and I don't think I'm going to need that piece again. Okay, same process, make sure everything's cleaned up. A little bit of glue. Try not to make a big mess. Tape on the back side. Snaps right into place. Flush. The other thing, there's a variety of veneers, and as far as sources go, and if you're a member of a club, and I would really encourage you, in fact, I'll show you a membership form. I would really encourage you to join a club so that you can meet, talk with people of similar interest, attend their demonstrations. It also is an excellent place to swap veneers, talk about procedures. You're going to find that the older veneers are much thicker than the newer veneers because of the process they use to cut the veneers now. So what you want to do is pick your veneers based on your preference as far as grain and color, but also pick veneers that have the same thickness. And there is a tremendous amount of difference. You can get by with a little bit of difference, but if you start using veneers that have a lot of difference in thickness, it's going to be tough to finish it. And eventually you're going to have to sand the thing down. And therein lies a problem when you try to sand the thicker veneers with a thinner veneer. It's surrounded by a thinner veneer. So you can see that might be a problem. Okay, let's cut the next piece, which according to our order here is number 3. Same exact process. I'm going to go into piece number 4 because it's going to be waste. Or that piece that's overlapping it will be waste. Okay, we're ready to pick the piece that we're going to do that with, put it on the back side, make sure that it's covered and that our grain is in the direction that we want it. Apply enough tape to hold it in place. And then make our point of entry, which is going to be down here on part 4. Sometimes you have a little bit of trouble getting it through the hole, but if you do, you just have to take it back off and enlarge it just a little bit. Now, should you forget about the direction of cut, you're going to have to recover because the pieces will not fit together. In other words, I'm going to cut in a clockwise rotation here. If I were to turn this around and start going counterclockwise, no, not going to happen with the blade sloped this way. There's going to be probably a 30-second gap all the way around that piece. So important that you cut in a clockwise rotation with this blade set up. Make sure you throw away the right piece. I'm going to need that piece for the next pedal as well. But I'm going to go ahead and glue this one in first. And another question is, well, how long does that glue have to dry? I think it probably dries in 10 minutes, but that doesn't mean that you can't go ahead and cut through it. Now, if you've got a small piece there that you're worried about popping out, you want to give it a little more time and maybe move on to another piece if you can do so without upsetting your order of cut. Just like I told you, order of cut is very important, but you do have some options. For instance, like piece 5 and 6 here. It doesn't matter really. I could cut this piece before that piece. It doesn't matter. But it's because I'm going to cut through both of them eventually anyway. Okay, I'll drop my piece here. Okay. All right, I'm going to take a little care with this one because as I come through here, I don't have a place to hide this cut because there's nothing that overlaps this cut. So I got to be careful here that I cut exactly where I want it to look, like where this stem joins it. I got to be careful with that, or I'm going to end up with something that doesn't suit my eye. Okay, I'm going to use the same piece here, although I'm going to use the same piece. And see, this is where the artistic vein comes in, and that is in picking the colors and picking the grain patterns that you want to use. And, you know, that's a weak point for me. So I consult my wife, who I consider to be more artistically inclined, for advice on that, and she guides me well. Okay, so I'm just going to pick a point that is inconspicuous. Hard to do on 0.4, but I think it's going to be right here where this V is. You see the V made by the previous cut and the cut that I'm going to make. And it's also going to be the connection point for the stem. It's a little bit more inconspicuous than it would be out here somewhere. So that's where I'm going to choose to do it. And there again, I've missed my point where I want to punch through, but all right, you see I punched through there. The grain broke through a little bit. No need to worry because that's going to be hidden by the stem. So I'm not worried about that little bit of piece pop out there. But if I were, and it wasn't going to be hidden, then I would take it out with my tweezers, save it, and reinsert it. See, I guess I've done enough of it. I don't even think about the direction of cut anymore. I always look at it, and if my blade is on the left, I know I'm going in the right direction. Splitting up, don't worry about it. That's a waste piece. And this is a Primavera, so it's prone to split. All right, I've noticed my tape is on the back side. I want to make sure that, and it becomes even more important whenever this piece is, let's say you're cutting something and it's circular, nearly a perfect circle. but it never is because you cut it and it's not perfect, but it's approaching perfect. It's important that you put that oval or circle back in there in the same orientation that it was when you cut it. It's very hard to do that if you, especially if you put some glue on there, it gets a little blurry. So you might want to mark, put a little reference mark on there. As you pull it out, it's still stuck on there. So you put a little reference mark there and there, or at some common point, that so that you don't have to worry about differences in the fit.
Charlie, would a weeding tool work equally well for peeling back that masking tape?
I'm not sure I know which tool you're talking about.
It's very similar, but it's used in the craft industry for peeling back masking and
I'm sure it would be.
and things like that without damaging the surface.
I'm sure it would be just perfectly fine. You know, you just need something that's that has a tip and the sharpness matters a little bit. So whatever you can use to do that, I'm sure various other tools would be acceptable. Okay, let's see. So what I told you before, and I think in the importance of time here, I'm going to cut two more pieces. I'm going to cut 5, and then I'm going to do the stem. Just to show you that last finish up there, but I'm conscious of also the time factor here, so I'll just do that, and I'll show you the finished one, and we'll just move on. I want to discuss a little bit about framing techniques. Okay, 5. Now here's what you got to worry about here. You want to make sure that part of 5 extends into the stem, which is 7. I didn't mark it, but the stem is the last part. So I'm going to start there and take care of it. I'm going to put a little bubble in there so that when I do the stem, I'm cutting through it and you won't see any curved lines. Okay, in the stem, we discussed it's going to be another piece of this dark. I'm sorry, we're going to do the leaf first. And this is a piece of poplar. So there's the heartwood and the sapwood in poplar and any other tree for that matter. But the green is a natural, gives you a little natural green color, and it works well for leaves. Okay, make sure I've got it covered. Tape it. And I'm going to start with the piece that's behind the stem. So I'm going to start down here. And you can take a little liberty too as you're going through. You've got the pattern there, but if you say, well, that would look better with a little bit more curl up here, you can certainly do that. Let's do it. All right, I want to curl this a little bit more. All right, see, I didn't panic because that's all trash. As long as that green piece didn't do that, I'm good to go. And I don't think it did. Okay, backside glue up. Works better if you pull the glue parallel to the surface rather than perpendicular to the surface. Sometimes that piece is a little bit stubborn to pop back in, so you just use a little block of wood to kind of smooth it in there. Okay, let's do the stem, and then we'll move on. I just want to do the stem so you can see how it fits. And I can always add 6 later if I want to. Gets a little messy there where the connection is, but I can make it happen. Don't need that. I need the dark color. Okay, I'm going to use the dark color again for the stem. Thin pieces require a little bit more care, especially if that piece that you're cutting into on the back side is subject to splitting like this is. You should be okay here, but sometimes you end up having to do a really thin piece. It takes a little extra care. You have to go at a slower pace. Losing a piece you cut happens more often than you think. Many times I've been on the floor looking around for that piece, especially if it's very small. Okay, folks, we're nearing the point where I say, if you're in the class, are there any questions? But since you're not here, I'll have to anticipate them. So I think it went fairly well, the cutting of the piece. Sorry we didn't get to finish, but that's okay. The technique was the important thing here. So you see how it's done. Here's the one that I did that's completely finished with the other pedal. Very similar. So the important thing to remember here is this is doable. You can do this, and it's not that complicated. It doesn't take a lot of an experience. It doesn't take a lot of experience to get pretty good at it quickly. So but it does take some practice. As I said, I provided you with a couple of references I think will serve you well. The only part left here, and I'm just going to hit it briefly, and that is framing. So the next step in completing this picture is putting some tape on the front side, because we're going to remove the tape on the back, and you don't want those pieces to disappear. So typically you can use this is called application tape. It's got less stickiness or it's less tacky than common masking tape. You put a piece of this across the cut area, smooth it in very well so that you got some contact, come around back, then you can take this off. You square up the edges on your picture. This is a 5x7 picture. It's framed for 5x7. So you go ahead and cut it, making sure that it's square. And then you can do, you can do one or two things. Before you do that, you can apply it to a piece of substrate or MDF, and just have a frameless picture and paint the sides with black acrylic paint. You can do that. Or you can put a frame like I've done here. This is just a narrow piece of a 1/4 inch walnut with rounded edges, and put that on the edge. So that's one option. The other option is you make your own picture frame, or you can have it framed with picture framing materials, or you can do it with veneers. And that's the part I'm going to show you just briefly how that's done. To do it with the veneer, you have to square this piece up, this finished piece. You square it up 5x7 with 90-degree corners. That's very important. And then typically veneer type frames are 1.5 inches wide, and they are on the pictures I showed you earlier. But what you're going to do with that piece after the tape is removed from the back, in this case it hasn't been, but it should have been, you take your strips in there that have true edges, and you just lay it in a pattern around the finished picture. At least 1.5 inches wide, and typically you cut them like 1.75 inches, and then you cut it back to 1.5 inches. But the edges is what people always have trouble with. I mean, the corners, the mitered corners. And it's let's face it, it's pretty obvious. If you don't If your corner doesn't come out well, it detracts from your picture. And this one is, you can see I've already done a couple, and they're done just like this. They're overlapped in a pattern, a basket weave pattern all the way around. And then you just cut the 90-degree angle. And I'm going to attempt to do one here. This is live TV. Or it seems that way to me anyway. Okay, so it's important that you square your device up, and your device that you're going to use here is basically anything that's a pretty durable material. In this case, it's some sort of trim work, MDF. Make sure that you cut it on a true 45, and in this case, I put a little bit of adhesive backed sandpaper on there so it doesn't slide around. So I'm going to line this corner up with the corner of my picture, making sure that it is parallel to the cut picture. And I'm happy there. I've got a non-slip surface on the back. So I'm just going to cut through this piece of veneer and this piece of veneer, and then what I'm left with is the finished product. So I'm going to do one, or attempt to do one. Light strokes, especially until you get it scored. Be careful when you get to the edges because it's going to want to split on you. So you go ahead and try to intercept that. So light cuts. Keep your knife up straight. And it feels like I'm through. So let's just see. So I'm going to move that piece. I'm going to reach under here and grab this piece that's taped. And this has been taped for a while, so it's going to probably be a little messy for you because as tape stays on there, it gets a little stickier. Okay, and see it now, it matches because you cut through one to get to the other, so it matches. Once that process is done, you take your piece of MDF. Let's talk a minute about MDF and the substrates that you can use to do this. MDF is not the only thing you can use, but it's chosen typically because of its stability. It's not going to expand or contract. Should that happen, it's going to expand and contract at a different rate than your piece of veneer here, and it's not going to be pretty. It's going to start splitting. So that's the reason that you don't use a piece of wood to do this. You can use a good grade plywood like Baltic birch. You can do that. That's a reasonably stable material. The material of choice is MDF. Medium density fiberboard, I think is what it's called. This particular one has veneer on both sides, and you can get that at a few places, but not everywhere. But most large sheet goods stores, you can get that, or some of them you can. You can get MDF almost anywhere. I would recommend to you that you veneer the back side of it, because you want to do the same thing to one side that you do the other. So if you're veneering one side, you want to put veneer on the back side. That contributes to stability. So I would recommend that to you. All right, let's just say that we've got our picture cut here. The next step is to line this up. And what I would do is pencil mark around here on we said this was 5 by 7, so you want an inch and a half, so that makes 8. 7, inch and a half makes 10. So you got an 8 by 10 picture that you're going to use there, and you've drawn a pencil line around here that's an inch and a half out. You line this up and you check it to make sure that the corners of this MDF match where the corners come out on your 45 miters. So that's very important. So you've got that. Make any modifications in your line that you need to, and you're ready to glue this thing on there then. Glues. I use contact cement simply because I don't want to get involved in a pressing situation where you gotta have a bunch of clamps and cawls, and you can use a vacuum bag, and I've done all of that. But the contact cement is easier and quicker for me. Typically, I do several pictures before I get to the glue up process, so I don't have to go get all that out and mess up a lot of materials. But anyway, that's pretty much the process. You apply the contact cement to both surfaces as it's shown on the container. You make sure that when you start this thing down, that you got that corner there and here exactly where you want it, and then you just ease it down, and you should be fine. Once that's done, you roll it in. Then you trim up the sides. You can use your cutting tool to trim up the sides. Everything matches up hopefully at that point. And then I typically use a acrylic paint on the edge to finish it. So that's all I know that I can tell you at this point. There are going to be an opportunity for you to attend some classes. Klingspor has told me that they want to have some classes. They will make that available to you. You'll have to sign up for them at the Hickory Klingspor store. The front desk will have a sign-up sheet there, and you can get further information about that at a later time. The finish is the only thing that we didn't discuss here today, and there's a variety of finishes that you can put on your picture. The one I like is a wipe-on finish, and it's this one right here. It's a little thinner than most wipe-ons. It's available here at Klingspor. I really like that product, and usually I put on 3 coats. It dries fairly quickly. Just wipe it on, make sure you don't have any streaks in it, and that's what I would recommend to you, although you can use various other things. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the presentation, and I hope to see you at a class soon.
Who here owns a saw stop? Same people. Who here has never seen the hot dog before? The hot dog demo before? Good. The rest of you guys, don't tell them what happens, okay? So I keep looking at the clock. We don't start early because somebody shows up on time and they miss the hot dog demo. You guys get to walk away, and I got to sit here and deal with that angry customer. So we've got a few minutes. The demo consists of a couple things. One, I'll explain how SawStop works. A lot of people have an idea how they think it works, but more often than not, they're incorrect in how they think it works. So I'll explain how it works. I'll cover a brief topic of blade guards, push sticks, and the importance of dust collection. Then I'll show you how to operate the saw, and then we'll do the hot dog demo. So SawStop is very simple. There's two parts to it. The blue part here is the sensing portion of SawStop. The aluminum part here is the reaction portion. This portion here, the sensing portion, uses technology that's very similar to touchscreen technology.
I think most of us have a cell phone with a touch screen on it at this point. Maybe a couple of us older people have a jitterbug with the big button still, but most of us use the touch screen. That technology requires something called capacitance. Capacitance is the ability of something to absorb and store electricity. We have capacitance. In contrast to us, wood does not have capacitance. Let's see a show of hands. Who stuck the tongue on a 9-volt battery to see if there's any juice in it? You have? Most women don't admit it, but I'm glad you did. And the rest of you guys, shame on you. I know everyone over 7 years old at some point has put their tongue on a 9-volt battery. That wonderful twitching sensation in your tongue is your body absorbing electricity. Wood can't do that. So that's how we distinguish one from the other. So once that happens, once we distinguish or see our bodies absorb electricity, there's a small electrical charge on the blade. When we touch the blade, we draw electricity away from the blade. And that changes the signal that we're monitoring with the cartridge here. We disconnect power to the motor stops running, and we release a spring that's under compression right down here, and that drives this aluminum piece out into the path of the spinning blade. And we end up with we stop a spinning blade with this in 5 milliseconds or less. This spinning blade is spinning at 4,000 RPMs, and it comes to a complete stop in about that much rotation. It happens in 5 milliseconds or less. Anybody have any concept how fast 5 milliseconds is? Anybody set an airbag off in a car? Do you remember how fast that was? Fast? This is 10 times faster. It's faster than our eyes can process light. 5 milliseconds is the amount of time it takes sound to travel 5.5 feet. So the time that I'm speaking and you're hearing what I'm saying, we've stopped the blade and dropped it below the table. It defies what I would consider conventional wisdom. So that's how saw stop works. It's pretty simple stuff. Now, a couple of you guys raised your hands. Who has a blade guard on the saw? It's a sad reality. One guy, like, I'm embarrassed. You were slow to raise your hand. Every saw that's been sold for the last 70 years has came with a blade guard. And there's a reason for that. Blade guards make you safer woodworkers. Blade guards do work to help make you safer. Sometimes you have to take them off to do a certain cut, but you should put them back on. SawStop has a pretty nice little system here. Our blade guards come off with a flip of a lever. Now I've got a riving knife in here. Our saws come with both a blade guard and a riving knife, but the blade guard goes on and off in the same fashion, just that easily. There's no excuse for not putting the blade guard on your saw. Some of the older saws that you might have at home, taking the blade guard on and off was a monumental task. And so we understand why you didn't put them back on. But you should put them back on. They do make you a safer woodworker. Just like, push sticks make you a safer woodworker. You should use those types of tools to help you be a safer woodworker. Our saws also come with a push stick right here. So, who has a dust collector in the shop? More hands raised, that's good. Woodworkers have the second highest incidence of sinus and throat cancers after smokers. Who knew that? A couple of you guys. You in the medical field? Or have you watched my demo before? Pardon? Okay. Every year when I do these shows, I see, some guy walking around dragging an oxygen tank with, little tubes hooked up to his nose. He didn't appreciate the importance of dust collection. Wood dust is a carcinogen. It's not good for us. It's also not good for your machinery. It's abrasive and wears your machinery out faster. So use a dust collector. And also those ambient air filters, the box filters, get one of those. That collects that stuff, that real fine particulate dust that you find on everything in your shop the next morning, because that's the dust that really represents a health issue. It's important for you guys so you can enjoy your hobbies and your professions for many, many more years, and then also come back here for many, many more years and spend money with us, because this is what it's all about. So all kidding aside, we're ready to show you how to operate the saw. Now, all of our saws have a little switch. I'm going to flip the switch right here, and what you can't see is a green light with a flashing red light. I'm waiting for a solid green light. When I have the solid green light, I know that the safety system is operational. When if I don't get a green light, there's something wrong with the safety system, and the saw will not turn on. The saw will only turn on when the safety system is operational. So I have a green light, That means I'm ready to go. If something conductive were touching the saw right now, can you see the red light flashing? Yeah. There's a rapidly flashing red light. If I checked on the side here, a green light with a rapidly flashing red light means something conductive is touching the blade. At that point, the saw will not turn on. So when you're making that cut, and you remember the saw stops, the guy said use a push stick, but the push stick's over on the joiner, and you're too lazy, it's his last cut, you can be confident that saw stop will be there to back you up. When we do our demos, we do 3 things wrong. 1, we take the blade guard off. That's so that you can see the blade. And the blade guard will actually do more damage to the hot dog than the blade does. 2, we raise the blade all the way up. And again, that's so you can see the blade. And the 3rd thing I do wrong is I'm going to feed this hot dog in as hard and fast as I can. I want to show you what the worst case scenario would look like. Nobody cuts 4 fingers off going in slowly. People get serious table saw injury when kickback happens. And that's when the saw kicks the board back, and you end up with several digits missing. When a board kicks back out of a table saw, it can be traveling as fast as 120 miles an hour, and you are not going to be able to respond that quick. Your hand goes across the blade, and you end up looking like this guy. This guy's name is Dennis. He was at a show just like this 3 weeks before this accident happened. He was standing there with his boss, and they looked at each other and said, we've been doing this for 20 years. We don't need that. We know what we're doing. This happened. He's a woodworker out in Oregon, and he came to us and he said, I want you to use my picture, and I want you to tell my story, because I don't think anybody else wants to live through what I'm living through. Gentlemen, just imagine right now trying to button your shirt without the tip of your thumb and the index finger, or tying a tie, or even putting the keys in the ignition of your vehicle without all those fingers. Everything he does for the rest of his life, he's reminded of that ill-fated decision that he and his boss made at a show just like this. So we're good to make a hot dog demo, do a hot dog demo. Let me get Frank over here. So, again, never do this at home. Never do this at home, okay? Promise? She definitely moved the most. You get to see the hot dog first. Holy cow. That's all we did. Now, that's a Band-Aid injury. Had that been a finger and this in a different saw, it would be several fingers. That's a Band-Aid. You okay? So I'm going to replace a engineer and a blade, and this saw will be back up and running. There might be an extra load of laundry to do this week, but you know, we get to continue with a hobby or a career without much interruption. So, any questions? Klingspor has these saws in stock. Anybody that doesn't have one should have one. Greenwood, there's a bypass. You can turn the saw on a bypass. The bypass has 2 features. It has one, as the name says, bypass, but it also has a test mode. So when you turn the saw on a bypass, make a cut, if the red light's flashing, that tells you that will activate the saw in the safe mode. If you make a test cut and then look before you turn the saw off, if the red light is not flashing, you can turn the saw off. It'll automatically revert back to the safe mode, and you can continue. Good question. Thank you. That's it. I'm going to reset the saw. If you guys want to see what's involved with that, hang around. We absorb electricity, and wood doesn't. Yeah. Just like the touchscreen on your cell phone. That's $8.99. 10 inch, yes.
What's the difference between this?
Largely size. That's $8.99. The sedan is $1.29. This is $15.79 as it sits with the stand.
There you go. He managed to knock.
So let me unplug it. Saw stop is not an excuse to disregard standard safety procedures. Now the blade drop below the table, what I'm going to do is I run the trunnion down and bring it back up. It re-engages the arbor. There were 1,000 G-forces exerted on the teeth during activation. And the blade generally gets damaged in some manner. Yeah. At the very least, the teeth are compromised inside here. But this is what we just created. You guys want to take a look at that? And I'll take new cartridge here. Slide it on. Tap. Lock it in place.
How much? About $100.
The brake cartridge is $95, and the blade is, you know, whatever you spend on blades. As soon as I tighten this up, the saw is operational again. It shouldn't be an issue. Depends on the size. If the staple or nail is large enough to be touching the blade in your hand at the same time, it could activate it. Or, huh?
It's just in the wood, not going to be a problem.
It shouldn't be. It depends though. You can cut through a 16 penny nail like that without any problem. If it goes through like that and the nail is in contact with the blade for an extended period of time, it could set it off. Huh?
It's tight again. And ain't much room for your blade in there.
No.
Because it looks like this is compromised.
Yeah, yeah. So you're going to replace. I just put that back in. No. Here. There's the cartridge is in here. Right there.
All right.
Okay. When we activate the cartridge, we release that spring, and that drives that into the blade. That's how that works.
So this whole piece is compromised.
Yes. Yeah. You're going to replace everything here.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's all right. Okay. So the blade's 95. How much?
No, this is 95. The blade is whatever you spend on blades.
Your own blade. Okay. All right.
We have some very nice saw stop blades, but you know, the safety system is not dependent on the saw stop blade.
Yeah, you can see it's compromised. Stops the head.
It's just dependent.
Yeah. Genius.
Do you recommend staying away from coated blades?
No, the anodized blades like Freud blades, they work.
As long as the teeth aren't coated.
Yeah, you don't want to coated teeth, and we also don't recommend the depth limiting shoulders or thin curve blades.
All right. Well, that is the saw stop demo, folks. Wait. I'll take my microphone back. Thank you, sir. I know that was last minute. We appreciate it. Expert in his field, of course. Let's go see what we can catch somewhere else. Here.
All right.
You should have a CNC machine. Everybody needs one. So here we are. Has there had any comments, any booths, anyone specifically like me to go back and visit? We do have a couple places we're going to check out, and but we definitely wanted to get the saw stop demo because that's on the schedule here at the show. And if you are live at the event, that schedule would be posted online as well as on different posters around the event. So,
yeah, there's nothing as far as booth related goes.
Well, Mike, being that you're working isolated there, is there a booth you'd like me to go visit?
What's going on at the Bosch booth?
Not a lot last time I was over there. Let me just walk back over there and see what's going on.
Because I want to say it seemed like there was a special show only deal that you had to be at the show to get.
Let me find the Bosch booth.
It's to your left.
Yeah, I had to go around one more corner. We'll definitely go by the carving section because there's a lot of cool stuff over there now that wasn't there this morning.
Yeah, see all those sanders that were in the front. There was a huge stack of those sanders. Now they're all gone. Look at that.
$50, and that is a nice sander. That RS20 VC. Yes, yeah, I love that sander.
So that's the variable speed model.
That is the variable speed model. Sorry about that. I dropped the other microphone.
Well, if one of those accidentally makes it over into the media booth, just put my name on it.
Well, it is a show-only special, Mike.
Yeah. I'm noticing that. That's why you asked if there was anything being not at the show. That would be it.
Yeah,
But
so for all of you at
deals.
home watching this, I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but I think I'd come to Hickory, North Carolina at the Klingspor Woodworking Shop, 22nd Annual Woodworking Extravaganza at the Hickory Metro Convention Center.
So we just got done watching an entire video on marquetry. So the Sowers booth is good to know. We didn't really visit too much of Michelle Parsons either because they were setting up this morning.
Yeah, I didn't want to bother them while they were finishing their setup. So and she's, as always, very busy with customers. As you've seen any of the Pyrography videos that she's done for us, people come and they want to really chit-chat and glean some knowledge from that young lady for sure.
And what's in the booth behind them, the two booths?
That would be the, it was a scroller booth. And we'll make our way around there. We'll just check it out.
Milk Paint Company.
Milk Paint is there. The real Milk Paint. They got a lot of cool colors. For sure.
And new to their lineup for us was the tongue oil and the 50/50 tongue oil. So that's good.
And I'll peek back around there and showcase that because we have that sitting right here. And they've got a cool sample board showing what the oil looks like. Slide. This is the Society of the American Period Furniture Makers.
Yes. Now, what's very interesting about this booth is that the majority of everything here is North Carolina based or in the South. Post World War II, or sorry, no, post Civil War and pre-Civil War era type furniture that was built, and there really wasn't a documentation of it. So their sole mission was to go door to door to every household, find out if they had any of these beautiful antiques and the backstory behind them.
Mm-hmm. And of course, if you're at the show, there's always a place to come grab a snack.
I see.
It's like they might be testing duck decoys over here.
Oh,
for
that's the
the
pool.
upcoming duck carving competition.
Well, I feel sorry for whoever has the tan duck. Doesn't look like it's buoyancy's doing very well.
Yeah, it's a little lopsided. Come around this way and catch some of the scrollers in action. Carving out something of the Christmas variety.
Oh, very cool.
And of course, his I Love Wood bumper sticker.
Wonder if he got that out
Can't ever
front.
go wrong with that.
Look at some of that detail work.
Yeah, we didn't stop by here much this morning.
It's long.
I don't know why, but I'm very intrigued by that basket. A lot of detail in the weird joinery there. I'm just
And angle.
fascinated by that. That's the fanciest wine bottle holder I've ever seen. I bet that took a little time to do.
CNC can knock it out in 3 hours.
Maybe.
Oh, look at that one. That's a lot of detail.
Yeah, there's a lot more detail to that than meets the eye. A lot of different wood. A lot of detail in that piece for sure. Just some of the things you'd see if you were at the show live.
And if you can't be, you get to see it here with Chris.
Yeah, you're stuck with me on this. So let's meander our way around. And we'll go check out what's going on over here at the carving section. All right, we'll go left and work our way around. Looks like this is the novice table. You must have modeled that one after me, hitting the bullseye dead on every time with the axe. That's got to be mimicked after my skills. Maybe not. Yeah, they still have a lot of stuff yet to be brought out on display here. But get you a quick taste of just some of it. And they've got it all broken down into the different types of carving.
So do you know if these tables are part of the IWCA, or is that just the decoy only championship?
I don't think these are, because the decoy championship is something different than this carving competition.
All right, so this is
that's
then
supposed to be all birds.
So this is the Catawba Valley Woodcarvers 19th annual carving competition, where it's open to the public. You got to register with them, but basically everyone brings their carvings all around the state and pretty much the Southeast to participate in this competition.
Don't get bit by the snake crawling up your hiking stick there. Meander down this way. Try to catch both sides of the table. So they got some little boxes and coasters here with a variety of chip carving. And on the other side, we've got some birds, ducks, little gnomes. A lot of very interesting things here. Wood spirits and Santa Clauses.
Well, the bottle stopper competition's fierce this year.
Yeah, and there's only 3 up there so far. But this will continue to grow because tomorrow's the actual competition. So this will continue to become a more and more full. We'll definitely make another visit tomorrow along the route. And there's finally something here on this end of the table, so we'll pop this over here.
Yeah, it's very interesting how Saturday it fills up. You wonder why there's so much table space. Saturday, those tables will be packed. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, Friday's opening day, and Saturday's the final day of the competition when the judging starts. So definitely we'll see some decreased table space. Oh, we're going to stop here for a moment. I love that wood. That is fantastic. Sorry, every time I see a polar bear, think of that scene in Patrick Swayze where the guy had a polar bear fall on him and asked him, "Hey, did you see anything?" He goes, "Polar bear fell on me." Sorry, random thought, but one of those things, it just happens. You come to our show, the show's not going to be, you won't get bored.
Wow.
A lot of things to do.
Yeah, Gary Jones says it's pretty stunning work. It really is.
Very cool cottonwood bark pieces. A little cypress knee going on.
Soap carving should be over there too. The soap carving returns this year with Alvin Woody be demonstrating and assisting carvers. So come learn to make soap carvings. Because we learned our lesson from the pumpkin carving mess.
Yeah, we haven't had soap carving in a long time. Got a little Fordham carving action over here, a little rotary work.
What is that? That is the black-bellied plower using the Fordham flex shaft power carvers.
Yep, doing a little sanding and grinding and shaping there.
So see, something for all ages to come and get your hands involved. And Dunkel knives, by the way, have been really hard to get a hold of, so it's great to see a lot of these in stock for the show.
Yeah. And I have permission from parents that I can sort of see what they're doing here with the painting of the birds.
All right,
little detail.
Thank you, parents.
So yeah, if you're worried about coming to the show, and this is a family thing, we don't make this all about coming and getting your woodworking fix on. This is bring your family, man. Learn to turn, learn to carve, paint stuff. A lot of stuff for the whole family. And we still need to go buy the quilting things next door.
It's reaching that 1:30 hour. Do you have an interview for us?
Oh, I do. Yes, I got to go meet someone there. We have a special guest coming to our booth. Thank you for the keeping me on time. We're going to head that way now. It's probably there waiting on me.
So I tell you what, we will bring this into the stream, and I'll go ahead and mute you while you get set up for that. There we go. So Klingspor's Woodworking Shop 22nd Annual Woodworking Extravaganza, October 21st and 22nd at the Hickory Metro Convention Center in Hickory, North Carolina. The only woodworking show of its kind with free admission, free parking, free apples, free classes, free demonstrations, and expert advice from vendors and club members who have the same interests as woodworking as you do.
was gonna like be more interview style, but I think we're just gonna have you stand here, and if you'll hold that, you can talk right into that mic. And
you are live, sir.
Well, we're live. Hey, Mike, thought we were muted, but we're good to go now. So what we're doing here is we've got this banner created, and we're asking all the makers and anybody to come by and just sign it. We're going to have this sort of as a commemorative banner for us later. But we thought, hey, we got Artisan Pirate, Mr. Tyler here live with us. We take advantage of having his knowledge and his social media presence. We know he's not shy of camera and definitely not shy of woodworking. So, Tyler, you do quite a bit of woodworking, especially in regards to scrolling. So, what got you into scroll work?
When I first learned woodworking, I learned at the age of 14, and I learned from my grandfather. And the tool that he deemed safest for a young teenager to learn was the scroll saw. And one project led to two led to several years of just passionate scrolling, and I love it. I love it. It's very therapeutic for me, and I've done it so much now I can zone out and listen to my music and just enjoy the hobby and make some beautiful works of art.
Well, I follow him on social media. You put out quite a few cool projects. I saw your recent pumpkin skeleton.
Yes, that was a Steve Good design. Yes. I do a lot of his designs, and a lot of people ask me why I do his, and that's so I can link it back to my subscribers in case they want to try it. Instead of finding like an obscure pattern, I like to do stuff where I can link it back to people so they can try it, and then they can tag me and I can see how they've done their own spin on it.
There you go. And you've been scrolling for a while. You do a lot. You've used quite a few different scroll saws I've seen. You like that DeWalt or the Delta that you're currently using?
Yes, I love the Delta. I love it. I have tried the Delta here, the DeWalt here today, but I love my Delta. I started on a Delta 16-inch 2-speed, then went with the next model that had the quick release on it, and that was a game changer for me because I had the old Allen key one. And that I got burnt out on scrolling real quick, but when I got the quick release, that worked perfectly. And I've been doing that ever since. And then I recently, about 2 years ago, got the 20-inch Delta, and I love it.
That's cool. Well, Gary Jones he said hello.
Oh, hey, Gary Bear. What's up, man?
Yeah, so, you know, as a maker, you do a lot for the community, too. You do a lot to give back, and, you know, obviously your handle is Artisan Pirate, so you do a lot with the pirate sort of theme as well, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. So we appreciate, you know, coming by. I mean, is there anything you'd like to add or just talk about, just something maybe you're working on now that maybe you haven't posted a lot about, but something you're about to do?
I posted this morning a preview of the project before I was coming up here for Monday's video. It's going to be a very small skull and crossbones to tie in with the pirate theme. And I've got pirate gigs lined up with Halloween coming around, and I'm always available to come out and dress up and put smiles on faces, because that's what this is all about, teaching the next generation and showing that you can have fun while you're doing it. You don't have to be serious or uptight. You can enjoy it and be laid back and be cool and relaxed and just trade with your friends and everything. So really, really cool.
Well, I happened to notice he did already sign right there, so I don't have to say, hey, would you sign our banner? That's awesome.
Forgive me, that's that left-handed scroll. So.
Well, you know what? There's if you're interested in scrolling, definitely go follow him. Come to the show. We've got a couple of scroll clubs here that would love to talk to you. And you know, if you got questions and you reach out to him online, I'm sure he'll be offer any tips and suggestions on saws, blades, wood choice, design options. You know, he helps the community quite a bit. He's quite a good maker, and he gives back. And we certainly appreciate that. And we wanted to sort of honor and respect him. And thank you for coming to the show, man.
Absolutely. I look forward to it. I've missed it the last 2 years.
We have too.
Really missed it. Really missed it. And we've had such a great turnout today. Very good.
Yeah, so as Mike's got it plastered right there, go check it out on Instagram, Artisan Pirate. And he's also on Facebook and YouTube as well. Anywhere else?
That's pretty much it. But links to contact me is in the description box of all my videos. If anyone wants to reach out to me through email, snail mail, send me a sticker or anything, I'll be happy to do that and send my sticker back to you guys. Just I love to socialize, network, and teach and elevate people to their next level in their hobby and craftsmanship.
Well, that is awesome, man. I told you I'd keep it short and simple. I knew it'd be anything challenging for you, but we certainly appreciate you coming by our media booth here. And if you happen to be in the area, feel free to stop by. If you catch me walking around and I don't have the live sticker on my chest, or you know I'm not online, stop me, say hey, and we'll you know, we'll see what we can't do about scheduling some kind of interview just like this, because we want to give back to the makers and we want to promote you guys, because it's a way we all can give back to each other and keep the craft growing.
Thank you. Thank you. It's glad to be here. And remember, if I can make it or do it, so can you guys.
There you go.
I'm the artisan pirate. See you around.
Thanks, Tyler. We appreciate you stopping by.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Well, there you had it here, first or second or third, whatever. Artisan Pirate stopping by the booth. We can see we've got a few names on the list that weren't here this morning. So we've had quite a few people stop by and take advantage of signing the banner. And we're looking forward to having this banner in our back room. We're going to keep this as a memorial or whatever you want to call it.
I don't know if I go with
We're
memorial.
going to collect these. Every year we'll have a new banner, we hope. And this will become part of the traditional virtual extravaganza side of things, as well as the physical side of things. So anyway, fun stuff.
Beautiful. All right. Well, that'll conclude this session. And I know you got a CNC demo to get to. So we'll bring it back here 4 o'clock, YouTube and Facebook. And we'll have
Let me
Kyle
hold this
from,
up and see if we can't get us a little bit of a show preview going on here.
There you go.
If
But
I
we-
was only this tall.
Yeah, you're going to have Kyle, right? From Learn Your CNC?
Yeah. Kyle will be joining me, I think, at 3.
4 is what I got.
Yeah, 4. Hey, I can't keep up with the schedule. That's what I have Mike for.
At least I could be there for something.
Yeah. Well, we
perfect.
appreciate y'all watching and hanging out with us as we learn this sort of virtual side of thing on site. It's been a little tricky trying to figure it all out with everything else, but we hope that it's been at least somewhat enjoyable and you learned some things, and it's maybe giving you the desire to want to come to the show next year.
I hope so. Well, thank you for watching. We'll see you back at 4 o'clock today.
Thanks, guys. See you.